Semi-final. This is the key matchup, 7 p.m. Bringing together two Premier League sides, Wotton FC and Kickstart Rush. For Wotton, the runners-up of Zone C, as well as doing a 5th place job in 2024 in the Barbados Football Association's Premier League, and dropped to the 8th place in the 2025 season. For Kickstart Rush, also I said before, our Premier League side, 3rd in the BFA Premier League for 2024, dropped to 6th place in 2025 in the State Barbados Football Association's Premier League. And two teams not showing the greatest of forms in the local domestic season known as the Barbados Football Association, but really coming to the fore in the semi-professional Prime Minister's Cup. So semi-final number 1, Monday 24th of November 2025. We're at the Friendship Facility, considered to be more or less the home base for the Prime Minister's Cup. We've been here so many times as well. And this evening we're here again to witness the 2 semi-final matches. Yours truly, Trevor Thorne from Commentator Sports Incorporated, CSI, alongside me, Marissa Lindsay as well, to take you through the commentary. Your referee this evening, Mr. Jermaine Newsom, ably assisted by Abigail Brathwaite on the right-hand side, and assistant referee number 1, Keel Howard on the far side as AR number 2.
Where's Pappy Chandler number?
With Nigel Marshall, the 4th official, making sure those substitutes go crystal clear and silky smooth. And of course our review team, Mr. Trevor Taylor, and this evening right next to him I'm partnering Mr. Cleon Cully, the FIFA man as well. Off and running with just about a minute on the clocks. The Wotton team in their now familiar red jerseys, blue shorts and blue socks, kicking from right to left from our commentary position here. And coming in the complete opposite direction, white jerseys trimmed with blue, blue shorts trimmed with white, white socks of Kickstart Rush Academy, affiliated to the Kickstart in the United States and other places as well. This is the Rush coming forward, looking to make their way into the 18-yard box. Solid defending there as the ball comes out to Dario King. He miscontrols it, and the Kickstart Rush pick it up on the left-hand side with Azrael Crony, former Notre Dame player, brought into this Kickstart Rush to keep this midfield ticking over as he's doing right about now. Here's King on the far side, tries to chink his way. In fact, goes past the first and the second man as well. Will look to get the square in. He's being hustled and harried on that far side by Jaden Goodrich, the man of the match of the quarterfinals. He in turn finds Crony in the middle of their attack. Nicholas Best comes wide this time as Kickstart Rush get their attack rolling down the right-hand side. Ball back to Best. The two's being pressured by some good defensive work. Kickstart Rush taking the foot off the gas a bit and giving up the possession as well. Here's King. 3 minutes in. Down the right-hand side for the Wotton team. And the clearance needed to be made crispy and very certain on that far side. Goal kick to the Kickstart Rush. Just about 3 minutes in.
Kickstart rush going down the left-hand side. Decent ball into Nicholas Best's area. But Raheem Eargard, goalkeeper for Wotton, first to react as he looks to distribute down the left this time. Quick turn from Doreen Galeforth. He's tackled strongly by Sakani Mears, the Kickstart rush captain. And Mears with the eventual winning of the ball and the throwing as well. As Goodrich in possession. Float one. Just about 4 minutes in. And a good defensive header from Kimara Holligan, with Keon Harding in attendance as well. Throwing to Kickstart rush as they look to slow it down just a bit. Overcomes the referee to have a word. Jermaine Newsom with his fourth official. Not sure what that was about, but he's pointed in a certain direction and he's dispatched Mr. Marshall over to the Kickstart rush bench for a word. This time, Crony, he's tackled and the ball over the touchline via Kickstart rush throw. As they go down the line with it. The 2025 Prime Minister's Cup semi-professional semi-finals night. Ball into the box, easy tip for Eargard. So this is where the proverbial fireworks will surely fly from 6 p.m. it is. 7 p.m. I beg your pardon. When Christchurch-based Wotton FC up against the Wildy from St.Michael based Kickstart rush in the white this evening. And this is the first of the semi-finals. Decent ball to Holligan. Quick turn away using his skills as a midfielder. Plays midfield at times as well, but has to work his way into the Wotton team and finds himself at left back here. Very decent centre back as well when he wants to be. Ball down the line. Goodrich looking to get onto it, but King gets there first. A little bit of magic required. King has it in both boots. This time around he opts to go backwards as Wotton take their time about it and reset down the left with King again. He's on his not so favoured right foot, so he tries to get it across the box and the ball over the touchline. So in the preliminaries this year, Wotton beat Benfica 3-2, lost to Pride of Gall Hill 2-1. East Pass Division 1 side Notre Dame 1-0, and in the round of 16 got over last year's beaten finalist Britain's Hill on penalty kicks, 3-2 after day, and Britain's Hill got locked 2-2 at full time and 3-3 at the end of extra time. Critical strikes from Darian King and Zakiga Samuels eventually having a tell, propelling Wotton into the semi-finals as well. Kickstart rush as Wotton come forward into minute 8 now. The Kickstart rush journey that began with a 4-2 victory over a poorly performing Division 1 Empire club, who ended with just 2 losses and the 1 single 0-0 draw. Kickstart with a 5-2 result over Division 1 bound FM4 Pillars Academy and a narrow 2-1 win over Paradise in the preliminary rounds. Went into the round of 16, got the better of Greens, 2-1, followed by a fantastic finish in the quarterfinals, which saw them making it 2-1 against a very gritty Deacons FC. Tonight 8 minutes in, and it's Kickstart rush 0, Wotton 0. Kickstart down the left-hand side, having to have it heading away into their defence as Wotton pick it up, and tricky dribbling there from Zakiga Samuels, who drops back into a midfield position at this point. As the fouls continue, Chandler going around centre back Jaden Goodrich. Two players coming together. And as the commentators, both Thorne and Marissa Lindsay, come together here for this first semi-final, I want to say a pleasant evening to you, Marissa, on a superb night here at Friendship. Tackles are flying, and it's all happening here.
Good evening to you, Trevor, and by extension, a pleasant good evening to our viewers and listeners here in Barbados and around the world. You know, when you look at both teams and how they book their spot into the semifinals, you get the sense that we're in for a razor-tight contest tonight here at Friendship. And there you see Papi Chandler on our screens there, and this is his first appearance since being red-carded in the round of 16 against Britons Hill, and already going down there with that challenge against Goodrich. But what I will say, you know, when you have two teams, you know, coming off such narrow wins and hard-fought victory, it usually means that they're mentally locked in. And I suspect this particular semifinals has all the ingredients for a tight and tactical showdown tonight here. And, you know, a big moment could really swing this particular contest between these two Premier League sides. So it will be very interesting to see how they go about their business. But already we have seen the battle between Goodrich, they're slightly limping, and the likes of Darian King, two national teammates. And we're going to see a lot of those type of matchups tonight here at Friendship. And both teams are still on a standstill here.
Marissa, as you know, we have the trident review system in place, so once you see them come to a halt with no ball being kicked for a couple of seconds, you could assume that there's a check occurring from the trident review system. And once they get the word in their eardrums, we'll see the decision. So there is two fouls, two coming together of certain players back in minute number 10 or so. And once we get that check confirmed, we will know what the decision will be. But you do know for sure that we're just about 11 on our clocks. Just past the 11th minute. Hold on is the call. There's a call for collaboration to occur. And the referee will make his way over to the technical area. And he will have a conversation and a look, it looks like, from here as well. Referee Newsom is his name. He's appointed the Trident Review panel member. He last officiated as Chandler goes in. And you can see Chandler went evasively up in the air, and therefore we're going to have a look at that particular incident. It looks like that one from here as we await that one. Quick history then on Mr. Newsom. He appointed the Trident Review panel member for a part of the quarterfinals as well. He last officiated as a centre referee in the, what was the Kickstart Rush versus Deacons till biting one in the quarterfinals, where he was on the spot and accurately awarded a spot kick from 12 yards. Yusuf also stood strong in the middle for the Ellerton 7, Bagatelle 1 round of 16 encounter. He was large and in charge as well for the Britons Hill 3, Wotton 3 extra time penalty kick decider, where Wotton prevailed 3-2 on spot kicks. And the Jabari Papi Chandler as well, when he had the consecutive yellow cards, which equal to a red. Here comes the left now, as we wait with bated breath. 13 in, play on is the call. Yeah, free kicks to be restarted by Kickstart rushes Ben Everett, the goalkeeper. And we're into minute 14. And so far, each and every one of the knockout matches, all the round of 16 quarterfinals, all started a little bit edgy. Referee kept full control of all of them, I must say, as I had a look at the reviews and so on. And tonight we're in for top action here. Wotton in the red jerseys, kicking from right to left. Kickstart rush in the white jerseys trimmed with blue. Into minute 14. Far side ball will find Doreen Gale Ford being challenged with some strong defensive work in his back. He turns past the first man, doesn't get past the second, and the ball played out to Bess, who's down the right hand side. Decent ball, and Agard will come forward and belt this one up the field. Control isn't that great, but Seeley's is, as he twists and turns, looks for a pass inside this time to the captain of Wotton in Rico Sas Baptiste. There's the 6 and the captain's armband on the right hand there, Baptiste. Quick turn from King to get onto it. I know he can't, and he's getting a late tackle there. King down in a heap for the second match running. He's holding his jaw. I can tell you what that feels like. I've had the fracture. Come back to talk it all up right now. There it is. It's going to be tough tackling two Barbados starters there in the number 4 for Kickstart Rush in Jaden Goodrich. They say he doesn't take any prisoners back to camp. They're all dead. And this time around, it was Darian King over in a heap. He's up and moving. He's not doing the jaw movement though, so I suspect that wasn't really all of that there, Marissa. Otherwise he would have been shifting the jaw left and right. Chandler with the restart here, I believe, on the far side. We'll look to put this on the head of Zakita Samuels wearing 11, or perhaps even Doreen Gateford at the far post. 16 in. It's going to the far post. The defensive header by Goodrich, left foot attempt. Doesn't have the pace to beat that defense. Goodrich coming out. Doesn't clear it very convincing. Chance for Goodrich now to get onto it. Comes up the line as he looks for Jamarco Johnson. Wotton, solid as a rock at the back. Get there first, but the ball falls to Best. A little shimmy sets Crony free on the left-hand side. Chance for the left foot shot. And it's wide of the mark from Crony from 14 yards. Surely he could have done better. Time, space, and the ability that he has. I thought he would have put that one on target, put through on a platter. He touched it forward with the right foot rather than hitting it one time, and that caused him to run out of the timing that he was looking for. He had to reset and recalibrate his run, and in the end, when he did this stutter step, couldn't get the pace to shoot that one past Raheem Agard. The Kickstart Rush coming out on their left-hand side will go all the way back to Akeem James. A little flick forward. It's a late tackle as well. And the free kick will go to Kickstart Rush on the far side. Nice little move there from Jamarco Johnson as he went to flick it on. He was challenged. And it turned out to be a legal one. Got there first. Here's the delivery. And as he got there just about 51% of the time. Slightly late is the defender. Here's the resulting free kick towards the far post. And the sliding finish from Jalen Jutes doesn't have the accuracy this time around on 18 minutes to bulge the old onion bag. And as the time ticks towards minute 19, a couple more chances going to the Kickstart Rush, but they still haven't found their bearings yet. Score remains Wotton 0, Kickstart Rush 0.
Yes. Already you're seeing Kickstart applying pressure on Wotton's back line. And that is something that Wotton will need to pay close attention to, as the ball has been headed away there. And with the likes of Kemar Oligan and Rico Ford and Keon Hardin, Jabari Cumberbatch, the back four for Wotton will need to be very aware of Crony's presence along with Jamarco Johnson and company inside the scoring third there for Kickstart. But both teams have started with a bang in terms of how they've pressed inside the third. And I thought Crony earlier with that shot that he took perhaps could have looked to squeeze a pass to his right where it looks like Johnson was based in that position there and he wanted it left wide open. Perhaps that could have been the opener tonight here for Kickstart. But we hear the voice of Chad Bino, the manager for Kickstart Rush. Ronaldo Pee jokes he's not yet here. And Mr. Bino is at the helm of the Kickstart coaching bench at this given moment. But I must say, I was hoping to see how the two coaches, Ronaldo Jokes of Kickstart and Marlon Hart of Wotton, go about their business, being that they worked closely in the past as coaches, and I believe they would know a bit about each other's game plan, Trevor, you know, especially at Notre Dame at the youth level. And there you can hear Marlon Hart's voice sounding in the background there, commanding and giving instructions. But both teams, I would say, are evenly poised at this stage of this contest. And it is Wotton now looking to make something happen as Doreen Guilford, known as Preacher, goes over to the ball, but he's giving way now to Jabari Papi Chandler. And surely Papi Chandler is going to want to show up tonight and possibly score a goal or two in this matchup as he looks to take this corner kick here. And Sakani Mears, the captain of Kickstart, is there heavily marking Darian King, not giving him space at all, but he gave Doreen Guilford a chance. And good job there from Johnson and Nicholas Best to shut him down and sure he doesn't take that shot. And Kickstart are on the attack with young Jamarco Johnson looking to advance forward with a leading ball through the space, intercepted there, and Wotton wins it back as it goes into touch there. So both teams are attacking earnestly and trying to find the opening goal as we're into the 22nd minute of this encounter with a throw in there from Kickstart captain Sakani Mears as Jaden Goodrich looks to send it forward there to Nicholas Best, the man who scored the winner against Deacons in the quarterfinals there in the 92nd minute. So perhaps, or that was overtime rather, but Nicholas Best of Kickstart, a forward, will want to show up tonight as well. So both teams still look eager, Trevor, and trying to make something happen as Kickstart switches direction there with Best again taking down the ball and the shot goes, but far too wide, not testing Wotton's goalkeeper, Raheem Agard, in that given moment at all.
Yeah, Best with a chance to definitely put that on target, had the time and the space, but maybe he didn't get a shout from the other supporting cast that he had that much time. And in the end, he rushed the finish. And with rushing the finish, he didn't get over the ball as it climbed steadily past the 20-yard mark. And as it got closer to the keeper, it kept on going. A glorious opportunity missed then by Nicholas Best. Very tightly contested matchup so far. Kickstart Rush come out on this right-hand side. Ball played into the 18-yard box, and Agard is there, but didn't look as though he took it at the highest point. I always make a point of the keepers come in very early to take it, because if they don't, it's going to continuously drop lower and lower. This gives a striker a chance, an alert striker a chance to get his body in the way before the keeper could get his hands on it. Agard, however, timed that one brilliantly. The defensive header coming in as Crony moves past not one but two Wotton men. Creates some space for himself on this right-hand side. Up against Samuels. Plays it inside as Kickstart look to change the point of attack. That's an easy take in the end for Jabari Chandler to suss out. Keeper comes and he's at the end of his 18-yard box, that penalty box. As he waited for it, he seemed to have the time in right, because as he snatched it, in came Darian King to make his presence felt. But by then, Everett had the ball under control. Kickstart down the left this time. Kamari Johnson with the ball like square. The defense's header was perfect. Ford comes out, finds Chandler. Quick turn from him and release. King on his bike down the right-hand side. Reaches it just about now. Brown versus King. King winning the battle so far with the tricks. And the tackle coming in brilliantly there from Akeem James on the far side. He was patient. King pulling some tricks out of his magic box. But again, Akeem James kept his eye definitely on the ball there. And with 25 minutes, can't pick a winner between the two. Is Bess being hustled and harried by left back Kemar Holligan, who's left his left back position to come all the way into the centre circle to make that challenge. That's how keen he is to make his presence felt. Kickstart rush with a switch. Captain Sakari Mears. Play it short down the right-hand side as Aragon, Brisbane Sealy getting involved with a few touches there. Out comes Wotton, this time with Doreen Gale Ford. But it slides through his legs as he fails to control Chandler. Up with the challenge. Vincentian Zakiga Samuels. Quick touch on it. Ball comes all the way to the commentary position. I can't help them this time around, Marissa. That one's away from my boot. Mears gets another ball and looks to distribute on this right-hand side. Crony, bit too slow off the mark. And the clearance from Wotton puts it on this right-hand side, just in front of the Kickstart Rush bench. As they usher some instructions. Chad Bino, coach for Kickstart Rush this evening. Ronaldo Jukes off and running to cover a couple of other angles there. Quick ball inside. It's left this time by Goodrich. Nice call from Ben Everett. As brilliant understanding. And as it fall decently for both strikers to come in. Everett got there first. And Brisbane Sealy leading ball. Setting Best free. Will curl it one time to the near post. Ball rejected. As Wotton looked to come out with Holligan. Wins his throw. About 15 yards from his own goal line. Just behind him. You can see assistant referee Brathwaite opts to go down the line. King with a switch from right to left, can't keep the ball in. And as we head for minute 28, quick ball to Sakani Mears, floats it inside and finds Akeem Brown. Brown down the left side this time as James picks it up. Floats the 40-yarder inside, defensive header. Holligan forced to head it the way he's facing. As he says, I couldn't do anything else. Of course, he could have, if the trajectory was right, he could have let it just skim off the top of his head and go right side for a throw. But he didn't seem to have the wherewithal in the toolbox to do that. And he ended up heading it over his own goal line for the corner kick, the kickstart rush, send everyone else forward but Ben Everett and Akeem James to attend to this corner kick. Is driven in towards the near post, brilliantly finished. Goal! Nicholas Best to the rescue. He wasn't at his best for 25 minutes, but on 29 minutes, he does it brilliantly at near post. Wotton sleeping at the wheel for sure. Agard beating all ends up at near post as well. And so is his central defense. Best peels away. Wotton with first blood here at Friendship St.Michael. It's Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. And if it wasn't a time to wake up, it's the time about now. As you can see, Wotton's defense disgusted with themselves, but Best peeling away to the far side, round the goal bars and to the far side. Ben Everett getting in the celebration as well. Kickstart Rush with the 1-0 lead over Wotton in the first of 2 semi-final matches.
Well, he's living up to his name here tonight, Trevor. He has certainly brought his best connection using his forehead there off an exceptionally taken corner kick by Kamari Johnson, putting that one into the near post beautifully. And there was Best leaping magnificently and beating Agard. And I find that Wotton's defense, they are sleeping far too often, being beaten on the left flank, and surely paid the price with that opening goal. A good combination, Johnson to Best to finish what needed to be done, and that's the leading goal for Kickstart Rush here tonight at Friendship. And they would want to build on this momentum as we're into the 31st minute of this encounter. As you can see, yet another leading pass, signaling out. Best there on the right wing as he looks to square the ball into the box with Johnson going for the shot, putting Agard to the test. And he does well on this occasion, not being beaten whatsoever. But Kickstart have rised tonight here with this intensity. And they go again on the attack. So Kenny Mears, the captain, taking on the three-man defense team there of Wotton, including Jaden Seal. And we have a game on our hand here, Trevor.
Yeah, captain leading by example. Sakani Mears into the Wotton faces and into the 18-yard box, asking questions of the referee. But much too soft there in the coming together of those two players. Back to the field of play. This man, Nicholas Best, moving to 4 for the season. Scored his first, as we get back to that one, because we're seeing Wotton down the right-hand side. King, challenged, comes backwards, comes across the field, looks for Seeley, who has acres of space in front of him. He'll pick a pass now, finding Chandler, and he's dejected, keeping his head into the ground. Here's goal scorer Best. Cuts back on his right foot, inside this time, looking for Crony, but instead finding his teammate. Decent ball to the right-hand side. The shot comes in, but the tackle is also brilliant there as Rico Ford times it to perfection. The shot coming in from Jamarco Johnson, aiming to go to 6 goals, but the sliding challenge brilliantly made from Rico Ford on the 6-yard box, and in the nick of time, you must say, as the team does a brilliant job of pulling that one up and rewinding, letting us see it one more time. And he's still angry at his defense, Rico Ford. He's a real warrior, a serious competitor and contender as well, especially when we get to these rounds there. The money speaks for itself. Clearance made. 33 minutes in, as I said, Nicholas Best moving to 4 for the season with goals against Empire Club, Deacons, And the brilliant finish against Paradise as well. And tonight best with a superb finish. Just before that half-hour mark there makes it Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0 as we head into minute 34. Marissa?
Yes, Wotton clearly struggling at the back, and far too many defensive blunders from them, as you can see. Goalkeeper Agardin going into a little state of a panic moments ago as another shot comes in, but that will serve no purpose, goes into touch. But Wotton, the lack of communication in the defensive third from the Christchurch side tonight is showing. It is very evident, and certainly they would want to do a bit better in terms of how they go about responding to this Kickstart lead of 1-0 tonight, as a little drizzle greets us here at Friendship. And it is Jaden Seeley of Wotton receiving some medical attention, the man of the match in the quarterfinals for the Wotton team. And he certainly has a big role to play tonight if they are to get past Kickstart and possibly make their way for the first time into the Prime Minister's Cup finals. Only time will tell, Trevor.
So Jaden Seeley getting some treatment there. He was a key factor in their quarterfinal matchup as he pulled the strings and it really came out all guns blazing.
Yes.
And that player of the match performance seems to have injured his left hand in that wrist area. And as Darian King put away the 65th minute first goal, Samuels, the Vincentian, finished with his left foot on 56 before that one, and Wotton were off to the races against the St. Andrew Lions. But Jaden Seeley was at the heart of everything that Wotton did. It was really the heartbeat of the team. You need another one of those performances if you're a Wotton supporter from Jaden Seeley. What I'm seeing here is a little bit of a change. Since Charlotte's come back into the squad for Wotton, Zakita Samuels has found his way into a attacking midfield role, and the cohesion from Wotton isn't the same as it was against the St. Andrew Lions. So maybe there could be a tweak that could allow for Samuels to play a little bit higher up the field. I'm not sure if Chandler would want to drop back into that attacking midfield role. That's the only difference, because you know he loves to play up front as well. But up to the coach and the team for the understanding as to how it's going to work out for them. But as we go to minute 37, another change of equipment. That ball going missing on this near side. Sakani Mears with the resulting throw-in. Kickstart Rush with that 1-0 lead as they move the ball around. Jilts comes across, and this time finds Brown. Brown goes left side, and James up the left-hand side. Ball is repelled, and Everett will pick it up. Pick up the possession, that is, and pick it up just about now. Being challenged as Zakita Samuels makes his presence felt there. And the free kick to Wotton on 38 minutes. They're trailing by the odd goal. Goal scored by Nicholas Best, a superb glancing header as Kickstart Rush took the lead. There's the Crony clearance. Nice takedown from Baptiste, prods it inside, looking for Samuels, who goes over. He's very close to that penalty box, however. And as he looks around, he finds himself in the D of the 18-yard box. That D marks out a 12-yard space between the edge of that D area and the actual penalty spot itself. And therefore, this ball then would be in the vicinity of 20 to 21, 22 yards out, and a good position for a shot on goal for Wotton, and perhaps the equalizer as well. So it's not a really good position to give up a free kick in. It's centrally, however, and therefore 3 options here. Go over the wall, directly through the center center area, can either clip it over to the left-hand side or the right. Let's see who has the toolbox in their boot to put this one on target. At present, we're seeing Keon Harding. I tick his box. He can hit them from here. Jabari Chandler, in his heyday, used to clip them in and score from here as well. And Jabari Chandler, I think, is quite interested in hammering this one. See Samuels, who's just off the 5-man wall and can stand just about there. So it looks like Chandler on minute 40. Right foot shot comes in and he's wide. There it is, Chandler. Not on target means I chalk it down to a miss. And he'll have to do a little bit better if his Wotton team presented with an opportunity like that and they can't make the keeper save or put it directly on target. It's in my miss column, and I'm sure you won't want to see my miss columns when you're finished. Clips it just over Jaden Seeley. Jaden Goodridge, that is. But Ben Everett seemed to have it covered, didn't even dive, and the chance goes to begging. Kickstart, Rush 1, Wotton 0 on minute 41.
That was a very favorable chance there for Wotton to equalize. And I thought Wotton took the gamble to go with Chandler, and normally hits them pretty decent from the 18, 20 yards out. But I also believe young Ben Everett, the goalkeeper for Kickstart Rush, he is locked in tonight and had that one, as you rightfully mentioned there, covered as Wotton looked to press. And there you see Everett once again equal to the task, dive in, but might have picked up a bit of injury there, taking on that particular one. But Doreen Gale Ford, known as Preacher, he's the man that will attack inside the box, and he did so on that occasion. But as we can see the replay there again, pre-press there, and good sliding tackle there from Everett to make the clearance. And it's that type of goalkeeping that has brought Kickstart this far as well. And we will see what Wotton can produce from this corner kick.
Chandler with the delivery. Near post, and a near post header as well for the Wotton man. As Darian King in on the near post, 6 yards out, couldn't put it on target. And the score remains Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. Big thank you to all of our sponsors of the Prime Minister's Cup. Powerade and Desani, our official hydration partners. Welcome to the telecommunication company Flow, and the sponsorship of the Flow Player of the Match Award. And that special prize of Barbados $750. Simply brilliant. Big thank you as well to Barbados Lottery, Rude Boy, Hits 106.7, Hot 95.3 FM, 98.1 The One, CBC, the National Cultural Foundation, and the National Sports Council, the Barbados Lottery, as I said before, for sure. And of course, Rude Boy, always bringing the hype to the Prime Minister's Cup. And of course, Body Bliss Zone, who sponsors the Goal of the Match Award, giving away a supercharged, sensational sports massage, keeping players recovered, recharged, and at the peak of their prowess. the Prime Minister's Cup, as the final has moved to Monday, December 1st, as we pave the way to support the CONCACAF W Women's Football Qualifier. Barbados women, known as the Lady Tridents, versus Trinidad and Tobago women. In on goal, Wotton, but muscled out of it by Kickstart's rushes. Jaden Goodridge, good insight, goes past the first defender, still in possession, will look to shake him off with a amazing little dribble. Down the line he goes now, calls for ball to be over the touchline, but no, says the assistant referee. Distribution to King, challenge very, very strong there, and he wins a free kick for his team on 44 minutes. So all this action, compliments of our sponsors, and of course the Prime Minister's Cup, empowering communities, one goal at a time. Tonight we're at Friendship in St.Michael, center of the island of Barbados, just bridging between the outskirts of St.Michael and almost peeking into the breadbasket where all the food is grown, known as St. George, just around the corner. Charles Road Bridge and all of those areas that were hit by some flooding a couple of nights ago, as we wish them well. Is Mears with the restart. Comes over to Goodridge and he spreads it over to the left, and James is there to put his brilliant left foot into Crony. Decent ball play through the inside left channel, but no one's at home. Agard reads it brilliantly. A minimum of 8 minutes to be added for stoppages. A minimum of 8 minutes of injury time to be added for stoppages. Rico Sas-Baptiste to the inside left channel. Oversteps Goodridge, gets a splice of it. And the clearance is completed. Only finds Baptiste again. Fakes right to go left. Cut out at the back by Mears. And Darian King running into Vincentian Zakiga Samuels as they get their wires crossed. The ball, lucky for them, goes all the way back to Agard, who will hesitate and then distribute over to Holligan, whose chest control has not been perfected on 45+1, the number 5. And it gives away a cheap throwing on this near side. You can see Rico Ford isn't pleased about the pass or the control, but Kickstart rush, you can see there squeezing a smile because we score at 1-0, and Ronaldo jilts off and running in Florida as he's taken I believe it's an under 15 team to the rush activity there in United States. He should be online right about now having a look at his team, and I'm sure he's smiling all the way to the mall and back. Kickstart rush 1, Wotton FC 0 at this point in time. With I'm almost sure of it that Wotton will want to come storming back. If they don't do it now, the second half for sure. The man that's looking to come back in is Jaden Seeley, having had the bandage applied to the left wrist and checked out to make sure that everything is okay. Has rejoined on this left-hand side and is in support of Holligan. He's needed a little assistance this time from Seeley. Inside to Holligan, spreads it wide to Rico Baptiste. Decent ball in to Seeley, but his first touch is poor. And the quick touch of Crony coming out on the center circle there gives away the possession, as he thought he had a foul, but Wotton pick it up and move away with it. But they've only, in their rush to get forward, they've given it up again. Kickstart rush with the throw-in on the far left, and would maintain that possession. 5 yards into Wotton territory. on the left. Baptiste with the interception. Tries to win it back, but can't. And again, you can see the eagerness of Keon Harding to not let anything slip past him. We really whacked that one 60 yards up the pitch, only to find that I think he has a free kick all the way back there. Here's Vincentian Zakiga Samuels, as I said before, playing deep in the midfield with this tweaked front line of Wotton. Not quite looking as potent as it did in the previous matchup when they took St. Andrew Lions apart. But they continue with that front three. Gale Ford, number 7 on the left. Daryl King, for the most part, on the right-hand side, although he's switched now. And Jabari Papi Chandler, centrally as a number 9. Into the night sky. A quick header down for Seeley to put back into the evening breeze. Put into the 18-yard box. Defensive header as Crony gets onto it. Can't beat Sas Baptiste. He slides in with a solid tackle. Referee says play on. Crony with the sombrero. He's hustled out of it. Ball through the space again. So deep that the attacker tries to go after it. Chandler. Simulation is the call. I'm almost sure of it from there. He looking to buy or act out on the 18-yard box, and immediately he meets up on a yellow card caution for attempting to some trickery there. Chandler cautioned on 50 minutes.
From the looks of it, Trevor, I would say Chandler has not learned his lesson. He did the same against Britons Hill and was red carded. So that is an area of his game that he will need to work on and improve. You know, the referees are not playing around.
He did it twice in the last game.
Exactly.
And he was carried on both occasions, which led to the red. So I think he's going to need to put his thinking cap on top of that. Short, in England we call it a short back and sides, the haircut. He's got a short back and sides, but on the top is where the braid is. You're going to need to sharpen up and play true. Yeah, play true and through. And as I said before, the referee's quite eagle-eyed, as he's seen in plenty of other games. He's seen it from 15, 20, 25 yards. He also has the Trident review system as well that he could use if he has to. And therefore,
I think that is
the trickery stuff that you might have gotten away in the preliminary rounds, or even in other competitions where the technology hasn't been deployed. You definitely will not get away with it here this evening. But we know desperate times calls for desperate situations. And for Chandler, that was a desperate situation which he tried to exploit, but to no avail. But a caution. Here's a tackle coming in. Crony getting involved there. Player down on the surface, and immediately no nonsense refereeing again on 52 minutes. Azarel Crony clears day on 52 minutes. Cautioned. And this is another area in which players can certainly have and gain advantage. As you can see, a quick twist and turn. Crony comes in blindsided, takes the ring gear forward off his feet with a late challenge, and he goes into the referee notebook on 52 minutes. That's 2 cautions. Chandler on 50, and as well Crony on the opposite side for Kickstart Rush on 52. We're even as far as cautions is concerned, but the scoreline, which is most important, Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. Nicholas Bess getting his 4th of the season on 30 minutes. Kickstart Rush with that 1-0 lead and a cushion over Wotton FC in the first of 2 semi-finals.
Yeah, it's fair to say that Kickstart has had the better first half so far, considering they also have the leading goal in the bag going into the half. And There we see Coach Marlon Hart of Wotton on our screens in conversation with Darian King, the attacking midfielder for Wotton. And they're going to need to determine how they go forward in terms of finding the equalizer. But one thing for sure, the Trident review system has been at work here tonight at Friendship. And that man, Nicholas Best, the number 12 on his back, has been instrumental on attack for Kickstart Rush. And he has certainly had a good quarterfinal game, and tonight he has showed up and produced the leading goal. But if I were Coach Hart, I'll be a bit worried because I would not want Doreen Preacher Guilford out of this contest, because him along with Poppy Chandler and Darian King, a lot will be dependent on them without a doubt to get Wotton back into this game. But Kickstart are in the driver's seat, and Guilford being assisted to his feet there. And let's hope that he'll be okay as the crowd is built nicely here at the venue in Friendship. And you have Jaden Seeley there with a left hand bandage there. His hand is, let's hope that his wrist is okay, but certainly a few injury concerns there for Wotton going into the second half. But I am sure they would strategically work on how they're going to find this equalizer and shut Kickstart down in terms of ensuring that they do not accelerate with this 1-0 momentum that they've captured here tonight so far. And there you see Raheem Agar, the goalkeeper for Wotton, about to send the ball forward there. Ariel hoping to find Chandler, and the whistle of referee Newsom goes. And that is a free kick there to Kickstart as Bridgman Seal goes down. And seemed to take a solid blow there. But defensively, Wotton has a lot of work to do. That has been one of the major letdown for them in this first half. And it is always a worrying sign for any coach when you see your defenders not applying themselves and positioning in the spaces that they need to shut down the attackers. And Kimar Oligan there on our screen, a former Empire defender, central defender, and he is very experienced at this level. And Wotton will need him to get himself into the game in the second half and come back with the right headspace. You can see they're not gelling as well as they should. There is a lack of miscommunication at the back for the Wotton side, and Kickstart has done well to capitalize on that on both flanks here tonight. So certainly something for them to look into here in this matchup.
Aragon Bridgman Seal, who looks as though he's going to be checked for concussion on the halfway line here. However, it's half time in the Prime Minister's Cup semi-professional football. Semi-final action with Kickstart Rush with a 1-0 lead over Wotton FC. Goal scored by Nicholas Best on the half hour. There he is. Best, the marksman, and has moved to 4 goals for this season. He's really showed that he has the class to stay with the top goal scorers, scoring goals against the likes of Empire, Paradise, and the Deacons as well. And he's going to need to bring a bit more of his A game to put this one to bed, because I'm sure of it that Wotton, more likely than not, will come storming back in the second half. But at halftime, as we leave us and we get set for the halftime show, sponsored by Desani and Powerade, classified scoreline: Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0.
what to do? Reach back and grab my throat and let me jerk and short, girl. Beat back and grab my throat and let me walk up all in it. Reach back and grab my throat and let me jerk and short, girl. Beat back and grab my throat and let me walk up. Question: what type of man you looking to like it? What type of man you looking to get it?
Don't do it halfway for the Wotton team. Semi-finals, right? Going to the box, easy kill late. The defender was the resulting free kick towards the far post.
Something in the background there. Imagine. Taking down the ball and shot goal.
Of the Prime Minister's Cup, yours truly, Anmar Goodrich Boyce, alongside Marissa Lindsay and Trevor Thorne. This is the halftime analysis show, of course, sponsored by Powerade and Dasani. And we can tell you that Kickstart Rush have the 1-0 advantage over Wotton in semi-final number 1. The goal scored by Nicholas Best. Trev, I'll start with you. Your thoughts in the first half?
Yeah, thank you, Anmar. The first half was plagued with a number of 50-50 challenges that the referee had to step in on rather quickly. We expected that too, because both teams are very physical. I know for sure, as I moved around the venues, both of them were training very, very hard for this one. And I'm sure of it that they're not going to give any quarter when it comes to this particular matchup either. Midfields packed with skillful players, but of course the defenders are coming in nice and strong. The likes of Rico Ford for Wotton, and of course Goodrich for Kickstart Rush, not taking any prisoners this evening. And the referee has a hard task to keep this game on the wraps this evening. Of course, the fact that Wotton had chances to score and didn't put them away, Kickstart Rush took their chance brilliantly with Nicholas Best, glancing header at near post, 1-0 to Kickstart Rush.
Yeah, on the topic of Nicholas Best and of course Kickstart Rush, Marissa, what did you make of that opening goal?
Exceptional. From the time I saw Kamari Johnson lined up there for that corner kick, I knew the strategy had to be you find Best or Goodrich. He found Best at near post and delivered. Exceptionally well job from both gentlemen.
Trev, what your thoughts on Wotton?
Well, Wotton, to me, they've rejigged their team a bit. We see that Chandler has served his suspension, Jabari Chandler, the center number 9 striker. But of course, with Chandler, there's some temperament there. You need to figure out which Chandler is going to come. He's like a Jekyll and Hyde. He's either going to be brilliant, or he's going to be perhaps looking for a foul in and around the 18-yard box. He's already been cautioned in a previous encounter, and tonight he got the first caution there for simulation. A bit of a dive around the edge of the 18-yard box. Can stay on his feet and still get goals, but his teammates need to put that in his head. Only go over if you're hit. If you're not hit, you've got to finish the back of the nets. Another way for Wotton to score would be to allow Chandler to drift back in the midfield just a bit and allow for Vincentius Zakita Samuels, who has 2 brilliant feet. He scores with his left or right on the last encounter, you saw a brilliant finish with the left. The match before that one was with his right foot. So I'm not sure why Marlon Hart, what is he thinking for Chandler to come in and start right there? I would have probably placed him just behind of Zakita Samuels, who for sure is on song and could score a goal easily or two for Wotton.
Yeah, and on the topic of Marlon Hart, I was just about to ask you the question, what do you think he's telling his players at this stage of the match?
Well, as I said before, for me, it's all about the techniques and tactics. If he gets the techniques and tactics wrong, he will be beaten this evening as he is right about now. Zakita Samuels, as I said before, when a striker is on form, you never move that striker from the position that he's in. Samuels was playing up front until they got the goal, and then he dropped back into the midfield. So for me, it's not making much sense to play Chandler there. I'd play Chandler just behind and let Samuels play in the front line. I think that's what he's going to probably be doing. If he's working any magic and he's thinking about $100,000, he's saying, Chandler, play from back, from behind, and Zakita Samuels, you give us the equalizer and the winner.
Yeah, so work to do for Wotton. Marissa, you're smiling. What do you think the coaching staff of Kickstart Rush will be telling their charges? Of course, no Ronaldo, Pee-wee Jilts in the technical area tonight. There's Chad Bino and Tahir Batson. But of course, these two men, the happier of the two camps for sure.
Certainly. But Chad Bino obviously will know the game plan. And for me, Kickstart just need to continue what they've been doing going into the second half, and that is to work the ball on the wings, get the ball through the spaces. A lot of leading balls were played in the first half, and they've done very well to get the ball to the likes of Johnson, Azrael, Crony, and Nicholas Best as well. Those guys have been running and really applying pressure to Wotton's defense, and the structure of Wotton's defense is lacking. They're not gelling as well, and that is something that Kickstart, going into the second half, will need to capitalize on once more in order to find a few more goals.
Yeah, let's look now at the benches of both teams. Kickstart Rush, of course, I'll start there with you, Trevor. The likes of Damar Linton, he's there on the bench for Kickstart. Daquan Addison as well, Kimani Trotman, so much talented players that they can bring in.
Yes, for sure, but I believe it's a 75-80 minute game for Kickstart Rush on this occasion, simply because their starting 11 at this point is at its most potent, and therefore with a 1-0 lead, I don't think the chemistry would be right to switch it up in any 50th minute or the 55th minute. I think it should be about 75-80 minutes in, let this starting 11 finish the job, and then you can bring in the additional players, as you said, like Linton, who's a very lively player up front. But of course, once the chemistry is working well, I wouldn't change a thing till about 75 or 80 minutes in.
Your thoughts on the Wotton bench? Former Barbados under-20 national player, Kimar John, he's there on the bench for Wotton. Perhaps he could be an impact player. Trev, well, it doesn't matter.
I'll take it for just a couple of seconds, Marissa. Yeah, John is a in-and-out type of player. Sometimes he's on song and he can come on and give you exactly what you're looking for, a goal. And then at other points in time, he doesn't seem to have read the game well from on the bench. And therefore, I'm not sure what you're going to get out of Kimar John at this point in time. So as I said before, you're probably going to need to go to like the Lintons and so on, who for sure, whenever they come onto the field, inject pace and power.
Where do you see it ending up, Marissa? Think Kickstart Rush will go as a winner, or will Wotton come from behind?
Well, if Wotton's defensive structure continues as it is now, I see Kickstart Rush walking away with this particular matchup. They need to work on that back line. And just to add, Kimar John, you never, like Trevor rightfully said, you never know which Kimar John you will get on the night. But should Coach Marlon Hart make the switch, perhaps bringing in John in place of Chandler and putting Samuels into play in that forward position, we might have a game on our hand here as well in Friendship tonight.
Your thoughts, Trev? Darian King perhaps needs to get a bit more in the game?
Well, King seems to have not found a home here yet at Friendship, even though he's played very well in previous times. He's played on the left-hand side, didn't get joy, come over to the right-hand side, still didn't really do the magic. I think he better stick on the, as far as I'm concerned, the playing from the right-hand side and using his left foot to do the business on that side seems to be his best option. And if I were Marlon Hart, I'd continue to play him over on the left side and let Doreen Clare Ford come and finish from the opposite side of the field as well.
Well, the players are coming back onto the field just quickly. Any predictions from you guys? Just a scoreline.
I will go with 2-1 to Kickstart.
2-1 to Kickstart, says Marissa. And you, Trev?
Well, it's all up to the players for me. If Kickstart Rush can maintain the possession of the ball a lot more than Wotton, then it's Kickstart all the way into the cup final.
Well, thank you so much, Trev, and thank you so much, Marissa. This has been the Power 8 Dasani halftime analysis show. Coming up next, it's second half action in semi-final number 1.
Girl, bend over, get wild and freaky. Then squat and go down. I bend down, pretty. Girl, come give me. Up on my girl, you feel but a hickey. We going down, pretty. Bad girl, ready for the stamina. The way you bounce, girl, you know regular. Spread out like umbrella. Let bad man hit a pick with the camera. Pushing, you start dagger ya. But I get slaughtered. Running like water. Miss Junie got a sweet daughter. Girl, bend over, get wild and freaky. Then squat and go down. I bend down, pretty. Girl, come give me. Up on my girl, you feel but a hickey. We going down, freaky girl, pretty. You cannot with it. You feel like they come right, the big bike. Exercise. Liquor like Chinese eyes. Sit down and take it to the floor. Sit down and whine on the floor. On the count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Girl, bend over, get wild and freaky. Then squat and go down. I say again, pretty.
Me love stretch man, for you, I'm in slap that. Badness, when you go down, go when you go down, love when you go down, love when you go down. Send the money, peace and rice, ex-girlfriend, lean at night, you know me shouldn't show me that Jesus.
Wherever you are in the world, welcome back to live coverage of the 2025 Prime Minister's Cup from Friendship St.Michael on the beautiful island of Barbados. Yours truly, Trevor Thorne from Commentator Sports Incorporated, alongside me, Marissa Lindsay, as we get rolling in the second half. Not seeing any changes as Wotton go with Raheem Ayagard, number 1, their goalkeeper. Their back 4, Kemar Holligan, number 5 at left back. Coming across the centre-back positionings, Keon Harding for Rico Ford, number 24 at centre-back, and number 5, Holligan as well, playing at the wing-back position. Rico Baptiste, 6, the captain, is the defensive midfielder, and just in front of him, 2 attacking and creative men in Jaden Seeley, the 14, and Zakiga Samuels, the Vincentian international player. We're in 11. Up front, it's a front 3 with Doreen Gale-Ford starting on the right-hand side of this 3-man attack. Darian King has gone over to the left-hand side, and Jabari Papi Chandler, who received a yellow card on 50 minutes for simulation, is the number 9 and plays centre striker this evening for Wotton. Here's Gale-Ford. He's got a lot of players to beat, and in the end, he dribbles into a circle and gives away the possession up the left-hand side for Jamarco Johnson. In fact, that's Kamari Johnson. 2 Johnsons on the field at this point in time. Kamari wearing number 5 and Jamarco Johnson wearing the 7 for Kickstart Rush. Their goalkeeper's Ben Everett, the number 1 on his back, as the free kick goes to Wotton, deep into the right-hand side of the attacking third for Wotton. Kickstart Rush with Ben Everett in bar with the orange jersey. Akeem James from left to right wearing the 2. Jaden Goodrich, 4. Sakani Mears, the number 6 captain Here's the free kick. This one floated far side from Keon Hardin. Has too much air on it, so therefore delivery isn't as brilliant as he wanted it to be. Seeley will pick it up and restart the play over at that left back positioning. Decent ball finding, in fact, what looked like Holligan there, but ball given up really cheaply. Tackle coming in on Jamarco Johnson on 48 minutes. And with it, the free kick to Kickstart Rush. Middle of Kickstart Rush's midfield. Akeem Brown wearing the number 25 and Jalen Jilts, the number 15. And just in front of him playing in a 10 role, Azarel Corney wearing the number 8. With Kamari Johnson left of him wearing 5. And Aragon Bridgman Seal on the right-hand side of Corney wearing the number 23 and out wide up front. They've gone with 2 top strikers in 5-goal Jamarco Johnson wearing the number 7 and 4 goals for the season, number 12 Nicholas Bess. Those 4 goals include this one he scored this evening, and that's responsible for the Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton FC 0, with Nicholas Bess scoring on about 30 minutes here at Friendship in St. Michael. Just a couple minutes into the second half, Marissa. Crony up to his usual mischief down the right-hand side, looking to play it left. Ball repelled and overcomes Ben Everett to collect and take back into his security area, the penalty box, as he is joined now by Doreen Guilford. He spreads it to the right-hand side, and a Kickstart Rush come out in their numbers on 50 minutes. Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton FC 0.
Yes, the tempo is not yet picked up in this second half. As you can see, Ford taking on Nicholas Bess, and it will be in favor of Kickstart Rush. And Kamari Johnson is jogging across the field there, and it seems that he will take this kick. As you can see, Ford right in there, the back of Nicholas Bess, and rightfully the flag goes up, and Johnson is the man to see if he can get the ball precisely into the 18-yard box to make the connection. And it is well lofted, and it goes into touch. And still remains with Kickstart Rush. And Johnson is going to want to make good at this second chance opportunity for Kickstart. He did so in the first half, finding Nicholas Bess, make a good connection there with the header to score the opening goal, as the battle unfolds here with his first cousin, Jamarco Johnson, battling, but the ball goes into the awaiting arms of goalkeeper Raheem Agard of Wotton. And both teams trying to pick up the pace here on attack. And it's Captain Rico Baptiste, one of the seasoned players on this Wotton team, taking the ball there. And Trevor, as we said in the halftime show, we might just get our wish with a substitution, as he's wearing the number 2 on his back. But he has made his way onto the field, and that is Kemar John, a former Leicester Vaughan student, played for Mavericks as well. And he's graced us with his presence onto the field in place of Doreen Preacher Guilford, who came off with his right knee bandage up. But the advantage remains with Kickstart. And what will Wotton do to respond as the shot goes there from Samuels, who is taking on Kickstart attackers, their defenders, I beg your pardon. And once again, Jalen Chills going down. He has gone down a few times in this matchup, but he is smiling, and why not? It's going to be a physical game. Brent Everett is going to look to get this ball as forward as possible as he drives his foot behind it, but not the best of shot takens as the ball goes into touch. And Wotton is taking possession of this one. Darian King there taking on Kamari Johnson, and the dribbling skills of both players are fouls, and that's a foul there blown by referee Newsom. Signal to Darian King as Kamari Johnson went down. And that is something Wotton will need to watch in terms of how many yellow cards they acquire here tonight. They don't want to find themselves at a numerical disadvantage. As you can see, the right hand of King connecting to the face of Kamari Johnson. And referee Newsom made a call. And it's Akeem James playing at left back tonight for Kickstart Rush, who will take this free kick. And again, the ball floated into the box, trying to find Jaden Goodrich, unable to do so, as Wotton does well to shut out Kickstart attack here. And it's Johnson taking on his marker. And Jamarco, that is his cousin, there nearly beating goalkeeper Agard, or attempting to do so, as the showers are down here at Friendship and the umbrellas are out. But that wouldn't stop the show, because you have diehard fans in the house. They want to see football, rain or not. And rain doesn't stop football. We know that. And the ball is with Wotton. Keon Arden look to throw this one in. And Jabari Cumberbatch there, the defender, playing at right back tonight for Wotton. And what a lovely ball there. And Cumberbatch doing his job, which is what you want to see from your defenders, doing well to shut out Kamari Johnson, as he is constantly being on the attack in an effort to find the equalizer for Kickstart. And it will be a corner to Kickstart Rush as the rain begins to pour here tonight, Trevor.
Yeah, here come the showers from the hills of Gun Hill to the lower levels of Waterford and Friendship St.Michael, 55 in. The last time Wotton were in trouble for discipline would have been the 2-1 victory. Ball across the far side. Here's Ben Everett, can't get onto it. Ball cut square, chance for the right foot shot coming in. And Wotton almost able to squeeze the trigger and get the equalizer, as Everett was last seen outside of his 18-yard box. Samuels through the space again, no tickle forward, B-spread into the 18-yard box again, and Everett to the rescue. What a save. Excellently done. Under pressure on 56 minutes. Wotton doing exactly what he wanted from them in the halftime analysis. Finds Samuels, ball through the space, and King with an immediate chance. Just 10 minutes into the second half. Kept his cool, but didn't place it very well. And the honest truth was that Ben Everett was watching it all the way onto the gloves. And as he and Darian King collided, he had the wherewithal to block it with his palms and drop right on it to keep the score. Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. Ball down the right-hand side. Kickstart in possession as it gets all frosty inside the box here. The left foot attempt. Fans getting all hypered in and around the technical area here. But the score remains Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. Sharp, steady, even heavy shower greets us here at the facility. And with it, a free kick to the Kickstart Rush men on 56 minutes. I was making a point there where I said last time Wotton were in trouble on yellow and red cards was the matchup against Pride of Gall Hill, where Gall Hill won it 2-1, with red cards going to Janico Baptiste on 76 minutes. And long before that, just past the half-time whistle, Rico Ford committed a foul just off the ball and was red carded on 45+1. So they had the propensity to implode sometimes. That's a left foot shot coming in from Croney and cleared away. And Kickstart Rush will pick it up in that left back position as our cameraman panning right across. Ball with goalkeeper Ben Everett with his right-footed, left-handed distribution. And the Kickstart Rush would like to maintain possession, at least for the next couple of minutes, because for the neutral, it certainly looked as though Wotton was going to get on his score sheet there with the ingenuity of Zakiga Samuels. As I said before, if Samuels gets onto the ball, there's always a chance that Wotton can get a goal back. He is just as good as Jaden Seeley in midfield. And if you put him up front as well in the number 9 position, he hardly ever misses. That's where he earned his name back in the early 90s and 2000s, playing for Rendezvous FC, as they came a calling. And tonight, he needs to get on the ball a lot more. He and Darian King are the keys to what happens here with the Wotton FC team. Whether they'll make it to the Cup final at Kensington Oval on December 1st or not lies with the attacking tactics of and ingenuity of Zakita Samuels, Darian King, and to a lesser extent this evening, Jaden Seeley, who seems to be playing more defensive since Samuels is playing more attacking. On to minute 59. Seeley to put it in position. Far side ball, the attacking header, wide of the mark there. Another chance. Going a begging on 60 minutes for Wotton, but the score remains Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. Wotton with a corner kick on 60 minutes, Marissa.
Yes, Wotton has certainly looked enterprising so far, and they're testing Kickstart's defensive third. And it's good to it is good to see that. And there they have a corner kick. And nothing came of that one, as Jabari Papi Chandler was the man tasked with taking that corner kick. But Wotton certainly will tell themselves they're not out of this one. Surely they will look to fight back. And with John recently introduced into the match, would want to make his presence felt in the attacking third. As you can see, Chandler there down. And referee Newsom makes his way over to him, and it's going to be a free kick to Wotton. And I find Kickstart, unlike the first half, in this second half, Trevor, they're allowing Wotton's attackers a bit too much room to pass the ball into spaces in order to advance into the box. And as we saw, that has been very threatening. And had Samuels or the likes of Darian King been able to connect past Everett, we could have had the equalizer here as the ball goes into the box and headed away once more. And there you see the challenge goes up once again with the header, and the bicycle kick comes in. But again, Everett equal to the task. And that is something that has paid dividends for this Kickstart side, the brilliance of Everett inside the box with the gloves. He has been vigilant, solid, and just absolutely magnificent all round from Everett so far in the Prime Minister's Cup. And he's a young man, only 18 years of age. Very, very bright future ahead of him. And Kickstart would feel comfortable with his level of confidence and that of their leading central defender in Goodrich, with support from Captain Sakani Mears, who we can see on our screens right now, and the likes of Akeem James and company. Now, this man on our screen, Mr. Marlon Hart, will ask himself, what else can I do? Now, he's made a start to bring on a substitute, but surely they need more than that.
some patience on the field of play from the Wotton team as they have created the only real chances in the second half. Haven't put them away as yet, but for sure the combination of Samuels is working. Chandler hasn't come to the party as yet, and therefore he's going to need to get onto the ball a bit more. Darian King, we're expecting a bit more magic from him as well. The professional tennis player now turned semi-professional footballer as well. With Jareen Gale forward off the field of play and Kemar John on it. We hope that the Jekyll and Hyde player that I call Kemar John can the good side of him can turn up, and for Wotton's sake and for all of Christchurch can get the equaliser. But of course they're dealing with a tricky customer and a very knowledgeable and skillful Kickstart Rush, who at the twinkling of an eye can get a second goal and put this one to bed as well. But so far the physical battle as the rain comes tumbling down is being won by the men in red, Wotton, and that augurs well for a Wotton equaliser, especially over this last 10 minutes or so. They've been winning free kick after free kick, and they're not playing, they're playing smart, physical but smart, and therefore Kickstart Rush, as the name suggests, they're actually rushing into the backs of the Wotton players and producing these free kicks, and sooner or later, if they don't cut it out, I think Wotton could possibly get the equaliser. They're going to need a stunning free kick from either Captain Rico Baptiste with the armband on his right hand there, or the very skillful Jaden Seeley, who normally reads it well from 25 and 30 yards. Here comes the 64th minute shot coming in, trickles off the bottom, and a left foot attempt isn't deserving of a goal from Baptiste. He knows it because he swiped at the rebound, and Kickstart Rush live to fight another day. Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0. And just taking a peek at the information on Wotton this evening. That fake by Seeley was good, but the Baptiste shot really didn't have any venom in it. And here comes a Wotton change about now as they go towards the jugular and see if they can get that all-elusive equaliser that they're waiting for. Off comes left back, sometimes centre back in Kemar Holligan, former Barbados central defender as well. And in steps, I believe this is Janico Baptiste, the former Bayland Notre Dame player. Into minute 66 as the battle continues. Kickstart Rush looking to inject some pace as well as some power with their numbers, I believe it's 9 and 13, and that suggests solid in midfield and someone up front to put the ball in the net as well. Here's King, who looks to put the ball in the back of the net for his own team as well. Goes down the right-hand side and is fouled as he looks to retrieve quickly and get a restart here. I wouldn't say Wotton are running out of time just about yet, but as the minutes tick by, Wotton will be perhaps the one that is more nervous, because the defeat here says goodbye for 2025, and they'll have to look forward to a tournament in 2026. Kickstart will be moving into the cup final with this 1-0 lead if they can maintain it for all of 90 minutes. Wotton's goal scorers, Jabari Chandler with 1 for the season already against the very tough defense of Britain's Hill. Doreen Gale Ford also got 4 for the season as he scored a brace against Benfica, 1 against Pride of Gall Hill and 1 against Notre Dame as well. Darian King with 2 for the season, 1 against Britain's Hill and the other against St. Andrew Lions. And Zakiga Samuels, who's still on the field of play and looking quite dangerous as well, wearing the number 11 for Wotton, has scored 2, 1 each against Britain's Hill in that round of 16 matchup. A decisive goal as well to bring it to 3-3 in extra time. And he also chipped in the quarter-final number 1 against St. Andrew Lions. Here's the kickstart rush down the left. Decent ball across the 18-yard box, but no one's at home. Near post, not covered. Far post is, and the penalty box, but the ball bisected the two attackers in Nicholas Best and the other attacker there. And kickstart rush about to make those substitutions right about now. I believe I'm seeing Azrael Crony looking to make his way off on 68 minutes. That's just one of the changes that are being made. We'll have another one coming right about now. They have a limited amount of windows to make the substitutions. That's why you see sometimes 2 being made at one time, or sometimes even 3. As kickstart rush with 2 substitutions. As I said, fresh legs in the midfield, and up front with the current score, kickstart rush 1, Wotton FC 0. Representing the pride of Christchurch, it's Wotton. And for all of St.Michael, apart from the Wales supporters, it's Kickstart Rush, who are based in the Wildy or Collymorock area. Ball down the right. I believe Sealy will run out of real estate on this near side with the current score of Kickstart 1, Wotton FC 0 on minute 69. See any difference in the pattern of play since the first half, Marissa?
Yes, Wotton, they certainly came out with a plan, and it's shown so far, especially on attack. They've managed to improve defensively, which is good to see, even though I find a bit too often Kamari Johnson has done incredibly well to beat Cumberbatch there on the left flank. And with that sensational cross we saw into the box from him moments ago, had he found either Johnson, his namesake, or Nicholas Best, who we saw just departed the field of play, Kickstart possibly would have had their second goal of the night. But Johnson, with the number 5 on his back, you know, he has been good down the left. As you see, yet another foul there taking place. And Pappy Chandler.
He's living on a knife edge.
Very much so, Trevor.
He's on that yellow card he got on 50 minutes.
Very much so.
That challenge was bordering on, in my referee's notebook, a reckless one. But I guess it was -1 on the Richter scale, and therefore not quite adjudged to being a reckless one. Just probably mistimed on the slippery surface. And he's given a talking to by the referee. And the score remains 1-0 to Kickstart Rush over Wotton on minute 71. What do you make of those changes for Kickstart Rush? 2 like for likes, defensive, in fact, no, a more defensive midfielder for Azrael Crony, and a striker, as you said, for a striker as well.
Yes, and it tells me that Kickstart, they're badly in need of a second goal here to really, you know, feel a little more comfortable. I don't think they are out of the woods just yet, even though we're into the 71st minute. But with Tikail Aline making his way onto the field, into that 4 position, of course, we know Tikail scored the goal against Deacons in the quarterfinals, and he would want to, as a super sub, to perhaps do the same and find Kickstart yet another goal, because Nicholas Best is off the field of play and he scored the opener. But Wotton has certainly stepped up on offense, and they look sharp so far, putting Kickstart defense to the test. And Kickstart, obviously, with those 2 substitutions, those are 2 young men, Aline and Adamson. They're very capable, and them along with the pair of Kamari and Jamarco can certainly bring something to the table for Kickstart once more inside the scoring third.
But again, They say one in the hand is worth two in the bush. You know what that means exactly? It means you got the one goal already with your foot inside the final, and therefore to gamble to get the second one sometimes can be to your detriment. So that's why I was thinking that with the instructions given from the bench, if they are the instructions that I'm expecting from Chad Bino, since Jokes isn't here, shot coming in and a brilliant save, but the rebound is brilliantly finished. There it is, Chandler on the score sheet from 1 yard. A bad mistake from Everett there. Perhaps he should have punched it away. He didn't get the real drive on the left hand to put it around the post. Chandler equal to the task, sprinting inside the 6-yard box and hammering his second goal of the season in the nick of time. Jabari Papi Chandler, thanks to Lucky Stars as well. He's been close to a second yellow card, but he's managed to ride the wave. And as the chance came in, Everett couldn't keep hold of it, and Chandler finished brilliantly with the right foot under the body of Ben Everett. Game tied, Wotton 1, Kickstart Rush 1.
Well, we know Chandler loved to play up front inside that forward position, and he has certainly restored the faith given to him by Coach Hart after living so dangerously, as you rightfully said, Trevor, on the edge. And there you see he's being congratulated by his coach. But of course, the Trident Review will make the final decision, as we see referee Newsom there in discussion as we await whether that was a legal one. But very unfortunate for young Everett. And it's a goal. It stands. So we have a game on our hands here this evening at Friendship, as the score is locked 1-1, and Wotton have fight earnestly into this matchup. They were back into this matchup against Kickstart Rush, but very unfortunate for young goalkeeper Everett not to being able to perhaps punch away that ball and get it away from danger, especially when you have the speedy Doreen Gale Ford attacking ferociously inside the box and trying to make any form of connection. And in that given moment, he managed to deliver for his team here tonight. And it will be a throw into Wotton, who will now tell themselves that perhaps we can get another and just try to capitalize on that equalizer there from Gale Ford, as Darian King sends the ball to Seeley, who looks to pass to Samuels, taking on James there, the defender, wearing the number 2 for Kickstart. And this is where I suspect this game is going to get far more intense, as both teams try to battle for possession. But it comes down to who wants it more here tonight, as Samuels there trying to navigate this slippery and, of course, the cricket pitch there, which is somewhat slippery because of the rain. And obviously the teams will try to avoid that area of the field and look to get the ball on the grass area. And Kickstart made yet another substitution. So both teams are trying to ensure that they stay in this contest, as Kamani Trotman, wearing the number 19 for Kickstart, makes his way onto the field, and Bridgman Seal is off, as Kickstart look to take possession of this one, but fail there in that moment of play, as Keon Arden, a senior player on Wotton team, spread the ball to the right, flying there to Seeley, and Seeley will take on Johnson, and the ball goes into touch. So as you can see, the players are breathing heavily, as they've certainly toiled here tonight in this matchup. And there you see Seeley doing very well to clear that one from Johnson. And good work there from Seeley to get his body in front of Kamari Johnson, as Papi Chandler is high-in a brace here as he take that shot, but it was intercepted. And Kickstart are once again back in business with the ball, looking to advance down the right with a pass there Lovely turn. And both teams there are battling with Baptiste, who came on as a substitute, passing the ball forward there, as you find both teams looking to counter-attack. But it's Kickstart with the ball as Tikain Aline with a leading pass down the line there on the right to Daquan Adamson. But good job from Raheem Agard, the goalkeeper of Wotton, to clear that ball. And Wotton defense are once again being put to the test as Kickstart rush with Johnson, dribbling through the space there. And Kamari with a left instep shot goes over the crossbar.
Best chance of the half for Kickstart Rush. Should have kept his cool there and used what I consider to be the inside of the left boot. Looks as though he went with the instep, which doesn't have the accuracy of the inside of the boot. And it went high and not so handsome. There it is, leaning back, and of course connecting with the wrong piece of that left boot. Red boots this evening for Kamari Johnson, but not seeing the green light, seeing red over the top. Score remains Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 1, with goals coming from Nicholas Best on about 30 minutes, his 4th of this season, and Jabari Chandler scoring the equalizer that came off goalkeeper Everett with his right boot under the body. And remember that the other striker, which would have been Doreen Gale Ford, would have been substituted on 52 minutes. And Chandler, still in the game, managed to squeeze home that particular chance. One each. There's a decent ball up the left from Johnson. Kamari Johnson into the box, it goes. A decent save from Agard, punched it away and got a piece of the attacker at the same time. Daquan Addison going in, but the punch was always coming and getting there first. And Addison feeling the pressure of the follow-through with what looked like both fists coming through, and maybe just the elbow catching the upper body. There he is, up and moving again though, which is brilliant to see. Well, we can see Agard off his line, all 6'2", 210 pounds coming in, and there was no stopping Agard from getting there first and taking Adamson to the cleaners on what looked like 80 minutes. He's up and moving again though, and he isn't even flinching, like a robot here as the restart gets rolling one more time. 80 minutes in, we're tied 1 each. Now, I ain't afraid to say this could go all the way, because both teams are known for pressing hard, especially in the second halves of their game. We saw what the Wotton team did when they had to pull the choke and come out with a winner. They did just that against Brennan's Hill. And of course, Kickstart had a similar fate when they played against Deacons, all the way into extra time and penalties. So at 1-1 with 10 to go, I'll leave it to the tacticians, Chad Bino for Kickstart Rush, who's calling the shots in the absence of Ronaldo PB Jilts. And of course, Marlon Hart for Wotton FC. 10 minutes to go. What you going to do, coach, to get the winner here? It's a Wotton corner kick on 81 minutes. Chance for goal 2. Similar to when Adamson went up against Agard only about 60 seconds ago. Chandler with the ball into the box, an attacking header, the right foot shot coming in, and a brilliant save as well. What a superb save from Everett. Shouts for a handball, I think, but the save, of course, I had to admire that first. Came through a crowd of players. Everett watched it all the way through those players. He possibly took a ricochet on its way, and he then palmed it away to keep the score level. Wotton 1, Kickstart Rush 1. As we take a quick peek at the replay. Attacking header came nicely for Seeley to shoot, and I think what looked like on the replay, Everett trying to get in the way, and the defender also getting himself in the way, but Everett with the right hand up showing that he was well aware of what he needed to do there. As we head into 82, there is Ben Everett, been brilliant all night, except for the one that fell out. And Jabari Chandler got an early independence gift and turned it into a Christmas under the tree moment and buried it. We will await for the Trident review system to pick up anything that would be perhaps missed by the referee, or in fact that the referee questions. And while that occurs, a quick look at the save goalkeeping techniques of Ben Everett. Been pretty good throughout the whole season. He and Agard amongst the top keepers, and that's exactly why their teams are here. When it mattered most, they put the bodies on the line and prohibited the opposition from scoring. When they didn't do that, what happened was Wotton ran out 1-0 winners over Kickstart Rush in the Premier League in 2024. Kickstart Rush woke up in the second round and beat Wotton 3-1 when Nathan McCollin got the first, and Carl Hinkson, player now turned under 15 coach for Kickstart Rush, and in Miami right now he scored a brace of goals on 90, in fact 70 and 90 plus 3. Kickstart Rush 3, Wotton 1. In the 2025 season, Kickstart Rush 3, Wotton 1. So nice they did it twice. In the last game in 2024 and the first game in 2025. And in the second encounter, Kickstart Rush held on to a 1-0 lead, scored by Ethan Squires. Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 0 in the 2025 season. So far in the 2 seasons, Kickstart Rush winning 3 matches, Wotton winning 1. Any bets? No. Play on, says ref. In fact, he goes to the dreaded screen, Marissa. Let's see what he comes up with right about now. So no one else enters. That's it. Cameramen can only scope from yards away. As you can see, it's manned by a team of referees. And of course, our coordinator, Mr. Ren Ramsey, in the dark. So here it is. The shot coming in from Seeley. And, ooh. Thinking that Everett tries to get in the way, and so does the defender. And let's see what becomes of it. You can see some evasive action there as well. Chandler with the original corner kick, putting the pressure on Kickstart Rush. And as the ball comes out, it's that man Seeley again who drives it in and around that 6-yard box, looking for a goal. There's a defender in the way of Everett, and there's a decision to make. So as we await the decision of the Trident review system, Jaden Seeley, always good for an 18-yarder, Marissa. Always hanging outside the box. And as he crashes that right foot finish in and around that 6-yard box, both keeper and defender looking to block. As we await the decision of the Trident review system. A quick reminder of what happened in 2024 and 2025. Kickstart Rush winning 3 of the matches out of 4, with Wotton winning 1. And now we have a 1-1 tie. And we're short of 10 minutes to the full-time whistle. Wotton men going up immediately with a call. And a decision to be made. Up next, we have, once this one is done and dusted, the league, the knockout, and the Champions Cup champions, Weymouth Wales. I call them the Green Machine from Carrington Village, up against the Yellow Submarine, known as Paradise FC. Slated for 9. But I presume it might run a little bit later. Here comes the referee now. We await. Points for a goal kick. So even Stevens, one each, nothing doing. The referee decision is final. Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 1. And we're heading into minute 88. Oversteps the referee. He's not having a word this time. He's gone to the card. And a foul there on Janico Baptiste, the substitute, by, I believe, what looked like, is that Aline? Yeah, TK Aline, as I said before. He may be used as an attacking man or he may be used as an enforcer. And looking at that, that's the enforcement of keeping an attacker quiet. Gets a yellow card for his troubles on 88 minutes. One each. Let's see how it goes. Into minute 89. And what a game we have on here. Can't pick a winner. But what we can say is, as we dissected the game at halftime, we did speak about Kickstart Rush trying to maintain their foot on the gas, which they didn't do in the second half. Wotton took over and created a chance of their own, and that's why they're one each. We said Wotton needed to come to the party with more skill and more determination up front. They did just that, and they have the 1-1 tie on the cards at this point. That's a free kick, as we call for the medic. Player down on the shoulder, we think, and he's grimacing with some pain as the medic makes his way onto the field of play. Have a short break. And as we pick at the replay, we'll see Keon Harding in the wars. And as he goes over 360, he lands slightly on the back and slightly on the shoulder blade there. And is down injured as we head into minute 90. Mr. DJ.
See a moment. The DJ can spin something for us. It's Harding. Here's the restart. Here's the restart. Looks like 6 minutes of time to be added for stoppages. 6 minutes. Minimum of 6 minutes to be added for stoppages. Here's Chandler battling. Out comes Goodrich to clear. Wotton back in numbers. CD will come all the way back. And look for the ball out wide. So Wotton start to apply the pressure on this right hand side. Quick twist and a turn from substitute Kemar John down the right. Ball cut out at the back as the Kickstart Rush looking for some space to clear it. King James ran out of real estate there on the left hand side and plays it over the touchline. 90+2. That present Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 1. Brave man or woman. Let us know who they think will win. I think we've got to better stay quiet, Marissa. Allow for the game to take its natural course. Because this one is very, very tight. Monday night, both teams having really compare the two two halves. Kickstart Rush were all over Wotton in the first half. And since then, Wotton taking a talking to from Marlon Hart. A couple of tactical changes as well, where we saw Kemar John coming in and settling things down up front, allowing the flow to play and play out as well. With the withdrawal of the Gale forward. Wotton certainly have come to the party in the second half. Got the equaliser to Jabari Chandler. Fabulous finish at near post. Since then, both teams very, very tight in defence as we head towards the long time here at Friendship St.Michael.
Yes, as you can see, Wotton players there, Janico Baptiste, Rico Baptiste, the captain, and Jabari Papi Chandler, the goal scorer, all in deliberations there. As Sakani Mears, the captain of Kickstart Rush, was seeking medical attention, but it seems that he is okay and back on his feet. And the game will resume.
So into minute 90 plus 4 with 6 minutes. A minimum of 6 minutes originally signaled. And both teams, I'm presuming, will be very cautious here as referee Jermaine Newsom, ably assisted by his Trident review system, keeping a close eye on every single call here to get them precisely right. Quick challenge from Baptiste there, coming in strong on Kamari Johnson. And the free kick, in fact it's a throw-in to the men in red from Kickstart Rush. Men in red from Wotton FC, I beg your pardon. Kicking from left to right in this second half is control that goes horribly wrong for Kemar Johnson. Here's Chandler, looks to go in on goal, but brilliant defending there. And of course Ben Everett coming and calling for it as well. Simply too much for Chandler to get onto it. Kickstart Rush and Wotton in a ding-dong battle here at Friendship St.Michael, Barbados. Current score Wotton 1, Kickstart Rush 1. As we head into the final moments of the injury time. If they're tied at 90 plus injury time, we have a full-time break and then we go to extra time. 2 15-minute halves equals to 30 minutes more of football to get the winner. And if we still don't have a winner after the 30 minutes of the 2 extra time periods, then it is penalty kicks, 5 each, followed by sudden death penalties to get the winner that will appear in the cup final on Monday night, a week from today, 1st of December 2025 at Kensington Oval. Here's Ali slipping past Darian King, but couldn't get past Janico Baptiste, who fouled him from 40 yards out. Here's the resulting free kick into the box, defensive header, put back into the danger zone. Ball comes off the attackers, in fact the defenders had last, and an easy take for Raheem Agard on 90 plus 6 or thereabouts. Agard using his box to come out and clear. So both these teams know what it's like to go to the extra time and get the winner. So it won't be foreign territory for any of them. They both know what it's like to win it in time added on, especially for extra time and even penalties in the case of Wotton. Kickstart haven't had to take it that far, having won it 2-1 against Deacons right here at Friendship a couple of nights ago in the quarterfinals. A quick call by Jamarco Johnson brings the referee's whistle on 90 plus just about 7 And with it, a quick look at Jaden Seeley, who's been able to influence the game, not as much as he did in the previous game, but for sure Keon Harding has had a very good game at defensive centre-back. Also having a good game would have been Akeem Brown. Here he is in the middle of your screen here at defensive midfield. But even Stevens at 90+6. Chandler with the all-elusive equalizer, reigning number 12 this evening. Wotton 1, Kickstart Rush 1. We go to the break and come back with more action right here at Friendship as we check those clocks and put 2:15 minutes on it. We'll be back with the extra time very, very shortly.
Way to go, but I can't turn back. My heart is fixed, my mind's made up. I'll never stop my faith. We'll see me through. Let me tell you, I'm all alone. This lonesome road I roam, I've got no love. Call my very own. Oh, the river gets deeper. Hills get steeper, and the pain gets deeper every day. Yeah, I've got a hard road to travel and a rough, rough way to go. Said it's a hard road to travel and a rough, rough way to go. But I can't turn back. My heart is fixed, my mind's made up. I'll never stop my faith. We'll see. I am born to win. I am born to win. I've been lost and found, turned upside down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been cast aside and been despised. But I'm Daniel in the lion's den, Jonah in the belly of the whale. I'm not alone, so I cannot fail. No, 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 and I'm born to win. I am born to win. I am born to win. I've been rejected, considered dead. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been accused and been refused. But the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. I cannot fail, cause I'm not alone. No, 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 and I'm born to win. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, but oh yeah, alright. Well, they tell me
with the live coverage of the first of two semi-final matches in the 2025 Semi-Professional Prime Minister's Cup. And extra time, 2 15-minute periods to get the winner. At this point in time, classified full-time score, Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 1, Chandler with the left foot attempt on the far side by King, and the ball over the touchline for over the goal line for a goal kick. King trying to put the finishing touches on that one, but wasn't successful since Ben Everett didn't have to move to get it. Our condolences, of course, to the friends, family, and the whole of Jamaica. Jimmy Cliff would have passed away. He's a musical icon across 6 decades, Jimmy Cliff. Many rivers to cross was one of them. And you can get it if you really want, along with The Harder They Come. We know the hits. The football family, to his family, may he rest in peace. Current score 1-1, Wotton 1, Kickstart Rush 1. And Kickstart coming out with the methodical build-up in their own defense. It's not a thing of beauty, however. One possession down this left-hand side. Chandler assisting the way he knows how by dribbling and drawing the fouls. And he's done so brilliantly here now. So accustomed to seeing him in the number 9. I would have written 9 on my sheet, only to find that he's wearing the 12 for some reason. So a change of number and a change of form as well, because he hadn't scored in a little bit. And as soon as he's changed to the number 12, we can see he's added 3 on to the 9 to give him 12 and got a goal this evening to bring his team right back into it. Jabari Papi Chandler scoring on 74 minutes to make it 1 each. And before that, on 30 minutes, Jamarco Johnson getting his 4th of the season to make it Kickstart Rush 1, Wotton 1. Into the first of 2 extra time periods of 15 minutes each. And if we get the winner here, then that team writes its name on history's page by becoming the first team to make it into the Prime Minister's Cup final for 2025. The last 2 teams seen in the final, the champions, UWI Blackbirds, and second place, Brindlesville FC, are gone like ghosts, done and dusted, beaten in the earlier rounds, and there'll be a brand new champion in this, the 2025 version of the Prime Minister's Cup. Here comes Wotton with John doing some defensive work and finding Baptiste, who will float one over to the right-hand side. A little unusual for what we've seen from Wotton in the second half, especially of the 90 minutes. They were passing the ball and really making their way up the field, but now they've gone for the long pass, and it hasn't worked out that well for them. John in the middle of the midfield finds Baptiste. Back to Kemar John, a quick turn. Looks to shoot here from 45 yards. And a bit ambitious there from off the pitch to try to catch Everett off, who hadn't actually left his 6-yard box anyway. But perhaps he was watching some of the English Premier League, where we saw a beauty yesterday. Even though Arsenal ran out 4-1 winners, with Eze getting first hat-trick of his Premier League season playing for Arsenal. The finish for Tottenham, I found, was a superb 50-yard swerving one that beat the keeper. All ends up 1-1. The score here, however, as we look for one of those same goals here, is some good defensive work from Rico Ford as he picks out Agard in bar. And Agard slows it down. I think this is probably the tactic that Marlon Hart was talking about. Find your men with a decent pass, if you can, and try not to go too long, too often, because that's anyone's ball. So Ball given up by Darian King, who also was yellow carded on 53 minutes, joining the yellow card posse. Chandler on 50 minutes, King on 53, and also for the Kickstart Rush team, Azarel Crony was also carried on 52 minutes as well. So 3 players. Here's the 4th on 95 minutes as our referee keeps a close eye on things here. And the score remains 1-1. A quick peek here at the tackle coming in from Baptiste. And he's a bit late there as he tries to collect the ball. He catches the man instead and is yellow carded on 96 minutes. Here's Kickstart with Ali looking to get onto it. He's muscled off, but Kickstart get the free kick. 25 yards out, slightly right. And with a chance to put this one on target, I suggest that the Wotton team get back in numbers and stay strong, but Kickstart are dangerous from anywhere within this 25-yard range, Marissa.
Rightfully so. They have the likes of Aline and even Johnson that can hit them from 25 yards out. But one point I want to make, Trevor, Kimar John, yes, he's eager, he's enthusiastic, and he's young. He wants to go for glory. But he also has to remember this is a team sport. And had he passed that ball to Chandler inside the box, then perhaps Wotton could have had a 2-1 lead. But he decided to take the long-range shot, something he did as well against St. Andrew Lions when Samuels was positioned in the box and John decided to take the shot. So that's something that he needs to look at closely when it comes to his game, being a team player, and quite an easy take there for Haggard, the goalkeeper of Wotton, as Ali not troubling him at all.
Yeah, shot needs more venom on it. Certainly it needs to bounce just before he gets to the keeper to prohibit him from making a timely interception. So I'm not sure what they've been working on the training ground, but that one that bounces 6 or 12 yards away is bread and butter stuff for keepers to pick up. But if it goes a yard in front of him with a slippery surface, very difficult for a keeper to pick it on the first time of asking. Chandler tries to get onto it. The tackle comes in. Baptiste and Sekani Mears facing off. But in the vicinity, of course, is our referee to make sure that he keeps the peace. Is the Wotton man in Baptiste, is Nico Baptiste, saying that he hasn't done anything wrong, pleading innocence. And the ball all the way back to Kickstart Rush keeper Ben Everett. And the Rush coming forward, little tickle forward. And as the referee waited for the advantage, if there was one, he would have played it, but there wasn't one. Baptiste came in quite urgently and fouled the player. Kickstart Rush onto a move. Aline looking to go down the left-hand side with some nifty, really nifty footwork. He's won a throw-in on the far left. This one is about 20 yards out on the left-hand touchline. Going to be a referee this evening is Mr. Jermaine Newsom, ably assisted by assistant referee number 1, Ms. Abigail Brathwaite. There are 2 is Keel Howard, and the 4th official, Mr. Nigel Marshall. Decent ball play through to Chandler, onside, looks like the call, he takes the shot. This one slips its way past the far post, and as the referee team waited for the play to develop, they realized Chandler was possibly offside, and the whistle came. As you can see on the surface is captain of Kickstart Rush, right back, or right centre back, Sakani Mears, has been injured. The medic is on the field. That's Tiffany Greenwich. Chandler with the right foot attempt. You can see how far he was away from scoring there. Ball actually clipping the 6-yard box area and making its way off, and therefore no real problems for goalkeeper Ben Everett. Here's Jabari Chandler, number 12, scored the equalizing goal for Wotton. His second of the season on 74 minutes, making it 1 each. And he's also tottering on a yellow card on 50 minutes for simulation as he went into the box, tripped himself up, is what it looks like, and was carded for play acting. A nice little piece of Hollywood from the young Jabari Chandler. 1 each as we take another look at Tiffany Greenwich, trying to make sure that that player, her captain, is A-OK. We'll play on now. Kickstart Rush in possession. Will come wide and look for a decent opening. They have it now. A quick turn to the inside. Second bite at the cherry. The shot comes in. No! Kickstart Rush. When Wotton was sleeping, it is the beefsteak. They've gone to dinner. Daquan Adamson, a quick little turn, left his defender for dead, switched it to the left foot, saw the far post open, and had the intelligence and the wherewithal to prod it home from 6 yards, make that 7 yards. Substitute Adamson, brilliant finish. Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1. Kickstart with 1 foot into the cup final on December 1st at Kensington Oval, the Mecca, Marissa.
What an exquisite piece of play from substitute Adamson. And he is such a strong young man. And he was able to stand up to Wotton's defenders and just take that shot well composed, as they would say, cool as ice. And he got the job done as Kickstart takes the lead here. And certainly just what Coach Chad Bino ordered of his men, as Captain Sakani Mears is off the field with Takyle Allen wearing the captain armband, and he also came on as a substitute. But Kickstart has regained the lead here at Friendship against Wotton in extra time. And Wotton will look to fight back as Baptiste, with the number 3 on his back, look to pass the ball around. And the ball goes over to the left with Seeley trying to get a shot into the box. Good take there from Benjamin Everett there. And Everett will look to distribute this one into the midfield. But what a piece of play from Adamson. And that is the type of composed finish you want to see from your attacker. Well done to him. But Wotton will look to fight once again, as Darian King there is appealing. And he is hoping and praying that the Trident review system, should we go to that, will be in Wotton's favor, Trevor.
Yep, it's a close call. And perhaps this one, we will put the technology to task, to work. And as you can see, referee acknowledging that they're having a look at something. Into minute 104, I believe it is at this point. And Wotton appealing voraciously as the ball came into the box there. This Kickstart Rush team know all too well what it's like to score a late winner. We saw that Nicholas Best had a late winner coming on as a substitute on minute 102. And just around the same time as Best scored on 102 minutes when he played against Deacons to take the victory. At this point in time, we have a Trident review on tap. King going up against Jaden Goodrich. Goodrich attempted to clear, the ball hopping up. And the rest is with the Trident review system. There it is. Seeley with the shot. Goodrich coming together with King. And Goodrich trying to watch the ball all the way around his body. And hence, we're having a look at it from the Trident review system.
I would not want to be referee Newsome right now, Trevor. This is the second time he's been put on the spot. We await the decision.
But the technology will do the job, Marissa, so no need to be nervous. It will do exactly what it's supposed to. It will pick up every single thing that happens, and then they'll apply the rule accordingly. That's the nice thing about the Trident review system. So there it is, the current score though. Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1 at this point in time. Here comes referee Newsome right about now. Points to the corner flag, and therefore corner kick is the call, I believe is what he's indicated. And there's a red card instantly for Jaden Seeley. He looked as though he would have gone directly to the referee and had words, which is something, and depending on what he said, not supposed to do. 107 minutes. He gets a red card.
Yes, Wotton, without a doubt, perhaps sent up the prayers, but
So Wotton down to 10 men at this point in time, and we have a corner kick, near post ball. Looked as though he lost his cool there from what we can see. We don't know what was said, but certainly leaving where he was, going up to the referee, having conversation of some type. The referee knows the rule that he would have breached, automatically went straight for the red card. Jaden Seeley off on 108 minutes, we make it. Easiest card you'll get all Prime Minister's Cup long. So there's the other side of Seeley. Brilliant in the quarterfinals, enough to earn a Man of the Match award as well. And tonight, he's gone from Jekyll to Hyde, or Hyde to Jekyll, whichever one is the bad one. So there it is. Wotton down to 10, as we said. We hearing there was some abusive language there within that exchange, and that is a straight red. If you read your referee's rules, you'll see that that is an automatic red card. So not good from Seeley, as we can see here. Right up to the referee, lost his cool.
quite.
As we head into the final moments of the first period, 15 minutes. The 2-1 advantage going to the men in white and blue. Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1, with the Daquan Adamson magic coming to this party here at Friendship. He twisted and turned his way into a goal-scoring opportunity. And when Agard gave him near post, he said, I am going far with my left foot. And he rolled it right across the body and finished it. Daquan Adamson with his first goal of the Prime Minister's Cup for 2025. He puts Kickstart Rush up 2-1 over Wotton as we go for a quick water break. I've seen them go for water and some fresh instructions. Normally they spin right around. And we go for the second half here as we get ready for action, baby, action here at Friendship in St. Michael. 2-1 to score, Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1.
Quite disappointing for Wotton to reach so far. And I believe young Seeley, just 21 years of age, lost. At this stage, you need to keep your temperament, Trevor. And he just lost it.
Just remember as well, there's also that known rule that only the captains get to approach the referee and question things or ask a question or ask for clarity. The players don't actually get to really do that. The rule has gone across the world. FIFA has said it clearly so that the captain becomes the liaison officer for the other 10 men and the bench as well. And in this case, he ignored that whole rule, threw it out the window and went straight to referee Newsom. And as you said, it was all for abusive language. Whatever he said, the red card came out straight away. So Wotton with a mountain to climb now. They're down the additional goal. It's Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1. And they now need to produce magic. One player needs to produce magic for 2 now. Or a combination of the 10 players need to make their presence felt so that they don't feel as though that they've lost the player here. So they're behind the 8 ball in pool, and they're really going to need to play out of their skins here now. The 10 men of Wotton up against 11 men Kickstart Rush who lead 2 goals to 1. Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1. Into the second period of extra time here. Clearance made by Kamari Johnson as Kickstart Rush go to the no-nonsense style of clearing in defense and allowing the pressure to lay right back here on Raheem Agard and his back 4 of Janico Baptiste, Kieran Harding, Rico Ford, and Jabari Cumberbatch going from left to right in this Wotton defense. Here's a Kickstart Rush sub coming as well. And the Kickstart Rush maintaining the possession on the right-hand side of the field this time. Inside, and Wotton will come out with Samuels over to this right-hand side. Kamari with the cutout finds his cousin in Jamarco Johnson, the leading goal scorer in the tournament with 5 for the season. There he is, the number 7, deadly as ever when he gets the chance, especially when he combines with cousin Kamari Johnson, the number 5. But he hasn't really been in the right place at the right time because the chances have come across from Kamari Johnson, but no one's been at home to really finish apart from Nicholas Best when he put the header in. And of course the second goal, which was a real given away goal when Kickstart Rush rolled right in and passed to Daquan Adamson to make it 2 goals to 1. Substitution for Kickstart Rush as Jelani Jukes makes his way off the field of play, and immediately they will look to defend the extra goal that they have to make it 2-1. But of course Wotton will want to steamroll what they're trying to do and get possession of the ball. Here's Jamarco Johnson. He's giving away possession to Samuels. Floats it over the top. This time finding King. King up against 5 men. He leaves the ball behind, however. And Kamari Johnson collects. King recovers. In fact, that's Samuels that recovers and puts the ball over the touchline. It's a Kickstart Rush throwing, I believe, from here. And with the current score 2-1, more of the same for Kickstart Rush, puts them in the cup final. More from Wotton, including an equalizer, and we could be headed for penalties if they can score that chance that they may create any time now.
Yes.
That's the ball over the touchline, and we'll have a goal kick for Wotton on 109 minutes.
Yeah.
As we are looking to go to 120, 2 15-minute halves on to the 90. And if it's remains the way it is. The first spot in the finals will go to Wildy Base, Wildy St.Michael Base, Kickstart Rush. And one of the Christchurch teams will be down to a third place spot. That's Wotton FC. But Wotton, with enough time to conjure up something and breathe life into this score line, make it 2-2. And let's see how it goes from there. I'm sure that Rico Ford is not going to give it up, nor Keon Harding, the two centre-backs who have been brilliant, apart from the two finishes that we've seen from goal scorers Nicholas Best and Duquan Adamson. But Wotton going to need to create something here, Marissa. Otherwise, they'll be playing for the third place prize at Kensington Oval.
Yes. Just want to mention DeMar Linton came on for Jalen Jilks moments ago as Kickstart looked to press inside the box in an attempt to find yet another goal. And there is the foul. Linton going down, but no call there given as Kamari Johnson takes on Jabari Cumberbatch, the defender for Wotton. But this is not an unfamiliar position for Wotton to be in. They've been there before, and they are very capable of possibly coming from behind and equalizing this matchup. They did so against Britonsville in the round of 16, and funny enough, they also were at a numerical disadvantage when Jabari Papi Chandler was red carded. So this is very not unfamiliar territories for this Wotton team, but they will need to fight with all their might if they are to respond here to Kickstart Rush. As you can see, goalkeeper Everett, they're toying with Papi Chandler, and there he kicks the ball over the halfway line as both teams battle for possession, and Wotton again on the attack. This time Baptiste looking to find King on the left flank, but Jaden Goodrich, defender for Kickstart Rush, and who has been exceptional for them at the back, taking all of that one, but that was a miscontrol there by Brown, and you do not need this at this stage of the game. I beg your pardon. Kickstart, of course, need to just steady themselves and try to ensure they defend. But with what looks like a possible 25-yard shot about to be taken by Jabari Papi Chandler, who knows what can happen as Wotton lines up two players, and young players at that, to make their way onto the field shortly. But as it stands, Kickstart Rush leads 2-1 here at Friendship as we're into the second half of extra time. And the task will be to beat this Kickstart three-man defense. And Chandler with the shot, focus, and the ball goes narrowly over the crossbar. But Everett watched it as it went by. But that was a close one, Trev.
Yeah, it has to be a save for Everett because it's gone to the corner kick. So that's a brilliant save from Ben Everett. Straight into the air. And yes, the right palm from young Everett there, keeping that one out at far post as he holds up his hand for the man of the match performance. Everett, brilliant again. Far post ball, the no takers, and then the defense gets it clear, fights for it, and comes out on that right hand side. Wotton throw into minute 113. It's a long throw into the 18-yard box it goes. The left foot attempt is high and not so handsome, and therefore a goal kick will be the call. Wotton about to make 2 substitutions as they go in search of that equalizer that is quite necessary. To do the business here. So 2 substitutions coming for Wotton. As Aaron Eargard awaits the second substitution. Seeing a 12 there, which would have been Jabari Chandler, it looks like, as far as the numbers are concerned. Yep, Chandler making his way off around the far side. So again, the kickstart rush looking to defend in the numbers. Kima John. Ball floated to the right, the left-hand side, but no real pace on it. Out come kickstart. As the ball hits the arm there. Gives away the possession, but in an attempt to play it quickly, kickstart rush give up the possession. Only for Wotton to give it back on the far side on 115 minutes. Game poised on knife edge with a little bit of a tip of the scales going to kickstart rush over our head. Chance inside the 6-yard box. The clearance made successfully. Out comes Samuels over to the left-hand side. Plays the 1-2. Gets it back here. 22 yards out. Dribbles. One. Takes out the second man as well. Over comes the ref. Samuels is questioning. It's not a card, ref. The referee doesn't appear to understand the language, or he definitely says no. But Samuels, Aline, he goes past Aline, and he gets his legs taken away by the second defender there. And perhaps it is his clean record, his clean bill of health. This is Akeem Brown. Hasn't really fouled anyone all evening. He gets a talking to this time around rather than a card. But of course, Wotton get the free kick, which they're going to need to dispatch into a deadly area for one of these 6-footers. Rico Baptiste is there. The ball goes knee high, which isn't a great delivery. And kickstart rush look to come out, but the ever reliable defense of Wotton comes to the rescue and will float it into that inside left channel. 1:17 on the clock. A quick sprint from Linton, gets rid of 2 men, plays it decently across the far side. Kickstart rusher in on goal. Cool head, defensive clearance, and he couldn't put it away. Good save from Agard in the end. Shows why he's an international keeper. He's a starter for Barbados, and he showed just why he's been able to keep the score at 2-1. Adamson looking to get 2 for the evening, but the brilliant hands of Agard coming to the rescue and putting it out of his reaches. Wotton with the clearance.
This is where Wotton needs to fight, but Kickstart, of course, needs to keep their composure. And as you can see, the coaching team, they're beckoning the team forward. And surely Linton, that is, needed to take that ball down the line earlier as the whistle of referee Newsom goes. But had Linton take that ball down the line, perhaps to find Kamari Johnson to do the business of getting it into the box from the left. Who knows? But he opted to cut inside the midfield in order to drive into the box, and that did not pay off as Wotton looked to pursue and find the equalizer. And the ball is over to the right, finding goal scorer Adamson, taking on the veteran Keon Arden. And the ball is with Kyle Allen wearing the captain's armband for Kickstart rush over to Jangerman Johnson, who's been instrumental, and Jamarco Johnson on this occasion unable to turn and make the shot as effectively as he would have liked inside the box. But the intensity is rise here at Friendship between these two teams, and Kickstart are in the ascendant seat yet again with a 2-1 lead, but Wotton are fighting to the very end as Brown looks to take all possession and move forward. And Brown obviously playing a defensive midfield position tonight for Kickstart, and there you see him on your screens.
Into minute 120. And defeat staring Wotton in the face as you can't fault them for effort, but with the time taken into the 120th minute and the advantage with Kickstart, who lead 2-1. This man, Daquan Adamson, has been a real pain in the defense of Wotton, and when he turned on a dime and proceeded towards the 18-yard box and the 6-yard box, you knew it was all over. The way he finishes, put the ball into the back of the nets with a brilliant left foot finish on 102 minutes, and put his team at that point in time 1 foot into the cup final of the Prime Minister's Cup. And since then, Kickstart Rush have weathered the storm and have handled everything that Wotton have thrown at them. And as we tick past 120 minutes, there will be 2 additional minutes, a minimum of 2 additional minutes to be played. Wotton looking for that all-elusive equalizer, near post ball. And this one wide of the mark, corner kick it is. What a brilliant game Ben Everett has had so far for the evening as well. Both keepers have been very good, but you must tip your hat to Everett, who made some timely saves as Wotton bear down on goal to get that all-elusive equalizer. Corner kick, swung in, near post, Everett again with the thumb on it this time. Oh. Adjust to being a corner kick. Everett, the difference between Wotton getting an equalizer and Kickstart Rush seeing $100,000 flashing in front of their faces because they'll be in the final and in with a chance at winning it. Corner kick. King, near post. Headed away into the box again. A defensive attacking header onto the crossbar. Second bite at the cherry. And a header as well to take it away from danger. Up the field is Agard as well, the goalkeeper. And the ball over the touchline, saving Wotton, because there's no keeper. All 11 players, all 10 players for Wotton, that would be inside the Kickstart Rush half. Ball into the box. There's Goodridge with the clearance, a header. Over the head, bicycle kick as well. Doesn't save it from going for a corner kick. Remember, there's a minimum of 2 minutes to be added for stoppages. This is pressure. Wotton looking for the equalizer. Kickstart Rush already with 1 foot in the final, leading 2-1. Far post. Everett to the rescue, perhaps with a punch, and the defensive header from Goodridge was brilliant there. Putting his body on the line. He certainly clashed into a number of players there. Goodridge, never say die attitude. I must win it. And he did it brilliantly. And his body is paying the price. Ouch. Could feel it from here. But of course, more importantly, the ball over the goal line for a corner kick. And the score remains Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1. Full time over into the final moments of extra time. 122 minutes, the far post clearance. Reset button pressed, back to this side. King needs to give us the magic. He does so now, dribbles past the first one, puts it towards the near post, and Everett is there again. What a save corner kick. Young Everett has been exceptional from minute 1 to minute 90. Can he keep them with 1 foot into the finals? Ball across, Everett there again, two-fisted punch. Final moments must be defensive header. Wotton, me business, but there's the Rico Baptiste finish. And that is where Wotton will finish. Into third place they will slide. Kickstart Rush representing Wildy and Collimer Rock, St.Michael, Barbados, with the 2-1 victory over Wotton FC of Christchurch. Wotton go to third place. Kickstart Rush, for the very first time in Prime Minister's Cup history, go to the Cup final on December 1st. Next Monday, join us at Kensington Oval, the Mecca for cricket and now worldwide football as well. This is yours truly, Trevor Thorne and Marissa Lindsay. Thank you very much, Marissa. And of course, we will announce that the goal of the game, we are nodding our heads, Daquan Adamson, the number 9, coming on 102 minutes, keeping his cool at far post and burying it with his left foot, making it Kickstart Rush 2, Wotton 1. And the man of the match performance from young teenager Ben Everett, the Kickstart Rush number 1, has been brilliant all evening long. So that man of the match award, sponsored by Flo, $750. On the left-hand side at the Kickstart Rush number 1. 3-6. Down the right-hand side for the Wotton team. Semi-finals. Out. Going to the box. Easy kill late. The defender. With the resulting free kick towards the far post.
Something in the background there. Something happen at Kickstart. Again, taking down the ball and shot goal.
Nicholas Best to the rescue. He wasn't at his best for 25 minutes, but on 29 minutes, at minute 14, went for shot. Of our partner family, the Prime Minister's Cup, of course. Now, all to his again. Canada in a desperate situation as he tried to exploit, but to no avail. Surface and immediately from the good field. The story Trevor Thorne from commentator sporting coordinator alongside.
To make the connection. Well locked in. Johnson and dribbling. Hills of Mary Johnson and dribbling. Hills of players of goals and that Newton takes out the Darren King and Tamari Johnson.
Coming in, it was all the problem and don't worry about it. Coming in and there by St.Michael Johnson brings the rescue whistle on 90 plus 7. That would be for
Good night, one and all, and welcome to our main event, folks. It is Weymouth, Wales versus Paradise. Yours truly, Damien Best in the com box alongside Anne Margaret Boyce. Going to take you through what should be another cracker-jacker of a matchup here in the Prime Minister's Cup 2025. Congratulations to Kickstart Rush for making it through to the grand final set for December 1st. At Kensington Oval. Who will join them? We will soon find out. Two teams who played fantastic football throughout the tournament. They now meet at a crucial juncture. Semi-final stage. A spot up for grabs on the big day. I want to say good evening to all the fans online as well who stayed glued to YouTube, and also on CBC TV8. And good night to all the fans around Friendship as well. Wales, wearing the fluorescent green and blue. Going with Andre Applewhite, Hayden Holligan, Jaheim Neblet, Akeem Hill, Akil Applewhite, Romario Herwood, Armando Lashley, Romario Small, Elijah Downey, Nikolai Brathwaite, and Kishmar Primus between the sticks. Action underway here at Friendship. Good evening for the first time to Anne Margaret's voice.
Yeah, good evening to you, Damien. And good evening to all of our listeners and viewers here at Friendship in St. Michael on the World Wide Web. Of course, we're also on CBC TV8 as well. What a lovely atmosphere we have here in the second semi-final of the Prime Minister's Cup for 2025. What's at stake? A chance at $100,000 and a chance to meet Kickstart Rush, who've defeated Wotton by 2-1 in semi-final number 1. And what a thrilling contest it was to open the proceedings here as Sharon Hoyt takes a tumble. You're in the number 10 for Paradise. One of the standout players for the Prime Minister's Cup so far, scoring 4 goals. Speaking of Sharon Hoyt, let's give you the Paradise starting 11. They've gone with Jairo Malcolm in goal, Ramon Manning, Laquan Clark, Jomo Harris, the captain, Sharon Hoyt, Terrell Rayside, Demon Dunker, Akeem Chandler, Zachary Brown, Mark Bushell, Malachi Jashko, and Amal Mears. On your screen, that's the Paradise head coach, Mario Hart, a former Barbados national striker, so prolific back in his day. He'll be the man tasked with trying to get his opposite number, though. Asquith Howell, one of the most experienced coaches in local football as well, has led Wales to the BFA Premier League title and almost to the semi-finals of the CONCACAF Caribbean Cup. Couple of changes for Wales tonight. Couple of players coming back into the contest and the starting lineup. There's Hayden Holligan, their captain, just limping away from that challenge there as we take a look at it. Yeah, Butchell in from behind there. And yeah, good contest as Applewhite goes down right in front of the referee. Seth Thorne stands in the middle tonight. Has been really good throughout the tournament. Awarded with a semi-final assignment tonight. One of his biggest games, Thorne. Here's Wales come forward. 4 minutes on the clock to Downey. Has Jashko for company. Bit of a trickery there from Downey, and the tackle comes flying in. Headley spreads it over, and a bit of a clearance. Both of these teams hoping to get to the Prime Minister's Cup for the first time in their history. As the ball breaks to Downey, looking to skip away from his man. And is defended well. Butchell now to drive forward and spread the ball wide. It's small. Hill now spreads it across to Brathwaite. Hill's looking to build from behind. So he's making the point. Paradise exited the Prime Minister's Cup last year at the knockout stage, so too was Weymouth Wales. So history beckons tonight for one of these teams. We'll be advancing to the region's Mecca on December 1st, a week from now, to play in the grand final versus Kickstart Rush. Small goes all the way back to Primus. Spreads it forward. Thousands have gathered here at Friendship for this main event. This is here where touches his on brilliantly. Applewhite driving forward. Applewhite, the chance, and it's a brilliant save by Malcolm with his feet as well to deny Applewhite what would have been the opening goal here on 5 minutes.
Yeah, great to see Gerald Malcolm back in business. And we know the last time out during the quarterfinals, he was instrumental in keeping Paradise afloat in that encounter. This was brilliant, though, down the left-hand side. We know what Wales can produce, especially off the flanks, and that drive towards goal is always there. Armando Sugar Lashley there and co-waiting in the box. We can see Applewhite, Andre, of course, always in the mix. This is a chance here for Wales to apply some pressure early on. 6 minutes on the clock. Ball swung towards the back post. Nobody at home, and goes into touch. So two very good goalkeepers. Malcolm at one end. Good to see Primus, who took a knock in the quarterfinal and had to be replaced. He's back out in full service. And this one will be keenly contested. Malcolm will have the goal kick. Somebody said there's about 60,000 in the venue tonight.
Feels like Old Trafford, Damien, or the Bernabeu.
Brilliant atmosphere, and this one is booted forward, long, searching. Looking for some support now on that left-hand side. Isn't coming. Paradise battling hard. Referee's whistle goes. That was Herwood there under some pressure. Chandler was present and accounted for there. Look at the Wales custodian. As he is way out of his 18, having a look. This is that man, Applewhite, searching for a couple of players in this box. I can see Elijah Downey signaling to head towards the back post. This is be an outswinger, comes towards the near post, and the last touch off a Wales player will be a goal kick again. So this is good passage of play for Wales. Paradise will have to soak up some of this pressure and hope they can spring free during the intervals. But concentration must be elite at this point. A trip to Kensington Oval on the line. Malcolm will have the goal kick.
It's absolutely brilliant in the quarterfinal. Jeremy Malcolm, one of the main reasons that Paradise here in the semi-final mirrors to head it away. Bit of a midfield battle, and Paradise can come forward. This is Hoyt down the right-hand side. Sharon Hoyt delays a bit, and only as far as Harris. Goes all the way back to Manning. Slips away from Downey. This is really good from Manning. And pings it up towards Hill. Bit of a foot race between Mears and Downey. He goes back to Malcolm. Away by Brathwaite. Midfield tussle between Holligan and Harris. Braffett gets it to Downey. 9 minutes on the clock. Lovely pass. This is brilliant from Wales. Here comes Applewhite. Delays the pass. The shot comes in. Not bad from Wales. And that man, Applewhite. And first real indications from perhaps what they plan could be from this Weymouth Wales, but this was excellent. And then the shot on his weaker right foot, Applewhite. And it just sails over the crossbar. Yeah, the Barbados senior men's national captain, Andre Applewhite. Attacking left back. Loves to join the attack. Contributes on the goals end as well. Has so far scored 4 goals in the 2025 edition of the Prime Minister's Cup. It's Paradise now, looking to spread it. Going as far as Applewhite again. He finds his namesake Applewhite, who's just looking for Lashley. And Bushell can come forward for Paradise. Still with Bushell. Has 2 defenders for company. Lashley all the way back doing his defensive duties. But Bushell so far controlling the midfield for this Paradise team. Manning with the throw-in.
Public announcement, please. Listen carefully. MB 2953. MD. He is in Dominica. MD 1229. Both vehicles blocking areas that people need to go in and out. The Barbados Police Service will let you to move those vehicles right away. MB 2953.
This is Wales now, who will play the ball out from defensive position. They try to get the ball forward. This time the possession is wasted. They'll have a goal kick in favor of Paradise. Of course, Paradise taking care of business in the quarterfinal stage against Notre Dame, winning 5-2. And they try to continue their goal-scoring ways. They usually hit the back of the net pretty early on, but Paradise have done a good job here in the early stages, soaking up that pressure, as alluded to earlier. And now they've got a chance to come forward. This is Paradise with the early ball into Diasco with a chance here against the goalkeeper. Diasco beats him at one spot. The second time of asking Diasco, and he pays it over the top. Nikolai Diasco, what was going through your mind? He dazzled Primus, left Primus in the wilderness. Not once, but twice. And then he decides to lean back and sky the effort. With Primus beaten, all ends up. He just had to place it.
And Frenzy has gone into a frenzy. Damien Best. He did everything right there. Mikel Diasco, and holds his head in absolute frustration. Pressure burst pipes, Damien, and perhaps this might be a chance that he could come back to regret. But everyone inside the stadium and online thought that Paradise had taken the lead. He had the goal at his mercy, Diasco. Primus was beaten all ends.
Well, Amar, we saw it in the quarterfinals as well. He had the chances. This is Paradise still probing outside of that 18-yard box. This is trouble here for Weymouth Wales. We've seen them panic a little bit there. Now that's the foul. No whistle. Crunching challenge. Coming in, still with Paradise. They try to work the ball around the pitch. Then Mundunka controls. Looks for Harris. Takes a deflection, but we've seen it in the quarterfinals. Diasco had a chance for Paradise as well. He squandered it, and he was substituted in the second half. The coach could not take it anymore, and we knew he had to be clinical in this. I said it tonight in a pre-game look at this semi-final. Diasco had to be clinical, and that was a golden chance. For me, back in the day, he'll be substituted before the half, to be honest.
How did he miss from there? Only Diasco can answer that question, because the thousands behind the goal bar were screaming. Here comes Wales. This is Holligan across his body. Here's Braffett, only as far as Butchell. Still with Mark Butchell. Demendonka looking to spread it across Jashko. This is back across to Paradise. Here's Hoyt. Has Applewhite for company. Skips away from Applewhite, still with Sharon Hoyt. Cuts it back to Demendonka. And that as well goes over the crossbar. But yeah, lots of entertainment here for the fans who are loving it, Damien. On 15 minutes here at Friendship, and this is an excellent camera work here from our production team. Zoom right into the expression there on the face of Demendonka. But Paradise with a corner on 16 minutes. Bit of unfamiliar territory for Wales. They look under the cuff here with quarter of an hour gone. And yeah, the look on the face of Herwood, he's not pleased with what he's seen defensively from his teammates. But it's Paradise with the corner. Excellent shot of the crowd here as well, who've gathered to witness this match. Corner about to be taken. Yeah, referee Thorne. And now the corner is taken. Swung doesn't beat the first man in Applewhite. Yeah, conversation going on between Hoyt and Herwood.
Pressure being applied now, Amar. This is great. Paradise now looking to hold on to this passage of play. The in-swinger over the top. Easy work there for Primus. They look to break free quickly. I can see Elijah Downey searching for it. The header away is good. And now Paradise will look to string the passes together here and recycle this one around the pitch. Diasco with a header. He has some making up to do. Good touch. Then the defensive work there coming over from Holligan. Still down on the turf is Hoyt. Felt that one. A key man for this Paradise side. This is Wales. Bad touch. Gives possession right back to Paradise.
Yeah, and what I've noticed in Damien is something that I haven't seen from Weymouth Wales so far in the Prime Minister's Cup. Lots of concern on the faces of some of the players. So too as the Paradise players, because this is such a big match, Damien. Nobody wants to lose at this crucial stage with $100,000 up for grabs. Yeah, a bit of movement already on the Weymouth Wales bench. See the conversation going on between Coach Howell and Jules, who's a substitute tonight. As the ball is played forward, Primus comes and easily collects. Here's Nikolai Braffett to surge forward for Wales. Herwood looking to just flick it on to Lashley. Dispossess his man in, and the possession will stay in favor of the boys from Carrington Village. This match is built as one of the most highly anticipated games. A fierce rivalry between the two teams. Weymouth Wales and Paradise. As the ball is played forward, this could be dangerous. He's in on goal, but that's a marvelous tackle. A last-ditch effort there from Romario Small. Had to be clean. Was like a whistle from the former Britain's Hill defender. And it does mean that Paradise will have a free kick, will have a corner, beg your pardon. But yeah, that's a very good tackle from Small.
Yeah, that had to be pinpoint and accurate there. Definitely a good touch. In the end.
So Manning with the corner for Paradise. 20 minutes played here at Friendship. Still awaiting the opening goal. Goes behind for goal kick for Weymouth Wales. Yeah, look on the face of Sharon Hoyt. He's always so animated. Plays with his heart on his sleeve. Hoyt. And one of the most passionate footballers I can tell you in the country. Such a confident player as well, Hoyt. Finalist in the Prime Minister's Cup last year for Britain's Hill. Looking to be back at Kensington Oval this time around. Next Monday, this is Brathwaite. Plays the ball forward to Lashley. Lashley to Downey. Wales looking to build here. Downey is fouled and we'll have a free kick for Downey. Yeah, interesting hairstyle for Elijah Downey. Yeah, the blonde style.
Well, I tell you what, this all adds to the entertainment and excitement here in the Prime Minister's Cup. This is a dangerous position here for this Weymouth Wales side. Still 0-0. Downey always roving and active from left to right. Chance here for Wales to create something special. Herwood stands over it, so too does Downey. Paradise back in their numbers. Herwood, delivery. Headed towards the corner flag. Can Demondunker keep it alive? He partially does so, but dangerously in favor of Wales, and buried on 22 minutes. What a tremendous strike from the top of the 18-yard box. And that man, Akil Applewhite, with a laser. Jairo Malka had no chance. And Demondunker will live to regret keeping the ball alive.
Yeah. All he had to do was to clear the ball up the field. Demondunker decides to square it back. And there is Akil Applewhite, the one-time finish, back of the net. And the green mean machine from Carrington Village strikes first here at Friendship. Trouble in Paradise early on. They'll have it all to do. 23 minutes gone, and it's Akil Applewhite who's broken the deadlock for the Weymouth Wales team. This is Holligan now. And all of a sudden, Friendship has come alive. It seems like a spark in the atmosphere, Damien. Here's Downey. And the possession will stay with Weymouth Wales, and yeah, frustration there from Mark Butchell.
Yeah, definitely. And Paradise will be frustrated. They had a good passage of play the early part of this first half, but it only takes one mistake, and you let in Weymouth Wales, and they will feel a bit more relieved. The free-flowing football might just be getting started. This is Paradise now who will try to come forward. Looking for Sharon Hoyt, who slips on the turf. Slick conditions. Kishmar Primus. And the ball is played all the way back to Malcolm. He'll take his time. This one launched into the night sky. Demon Dunker plays the one-time pass, looking for Brown. This is Wales who come free down the left-hand side. Ball played across for Downey. Shapes up to head towards the byline, ups out. Comes all the way back to Brathwaite. This time the goal scorer, Akil Appawit. And they're stringing the passes nicely together here. Wales playing with more confidence now, more vigor. Looking at Kensington Oval in one eye and keeping one eye here in Friendship.
Jaheim Netblit on your screen wearing the number 5 for Weymouth Wales. And Paradise will have some defending to do. Corner taken short. Away by Harris. Brown looking to get it away. This is here at the goal scorer. Appaway into Downey. Still with Elijah Downey looking to play the reverse ball back across. Only as far as Brown. And Brathwaite goes back to Primus. This is Akeem Hill. Miscontrolled it there, Hill. Goes all the way behind for a goal kick. Yeah, what a lovely vibe we have now to this game. Since the opening goal, scored by Akil Appaway for Weymouth Wales on just about 22 minutes. Played here at Friendship. Paradise will have it all to do in search of trying to get back into the contest. Primus with the goal kick. Bit of a flat one. This is Demon Dunker. Into Brown. Neblet clears it. Downey there just looking to skip away from his marker in Manning. Here's Joshko. His tackle right in front of the referee. Joshko's quickly back to his feet. Had a golden opportunity in the initial stages of this game. Nikolai Joshko, and you just wonder how much of a memory that is back of his mind, given the fact that Wales have taken the lead. Manning with the free kick, and a bit of an easy one for Primus to come and collect. Headed away by Clark. Paradise will look to come forward now with Chandler. Still with Hakeem Chandler. Here now is Malcolm. There's the ball in the midfield. This is Hoyt. Hoyt has two markers in Holligan and Brathwaite. And it goes behind for corner for Paradise. 28 minutes gone on the clock. That's Akeem Hill, the Weymouth Wales central defender. Will have an important task tonight, along with from Mario Small, in terms of trying to keep this Paradise attack at bay. Chandler taking his time and going over to the corner flag. Primus early on was thanking his lucky stars as Jasko's chance went over the crossbar. 29 minutes on the clock. Chandler with the corner to float it in at the back post. Headed back across, and the shot is blocked only as far as Harris. Takes a bit of a deflection. Headed away, this could be trouble, and Hill with the clearance, only as far as Manning. Demondonka and Applewhite. A bit of a coming together there. And yeah, Harris there, Jomo Harris. Yeah, getting a stir warning from the referee, Seth Thorne, the Paradise captain. Jomo Harris, also the former Barbados senior men's national team captain as well. Has been around for so long, Harris. Stalwart now in this Paradise team. This is Brathwaite into Lashley, who's on his bike. And the tackle coming in there from Clark. And Wales often look threatening, and especially on the counter attack. Always have a number of bodies up front, but so far in this match it has all been about this man, Akil Applewhite, who's opened the scoring for Wales, and he stands over the corner for his team on half of an hour played here at the Friendship Ground. Applewhite to swing it in into the center, and he's away by Demondonka. Here's Holligan to play the ball back in. Herwood with the control, and he's pushed off of it by Mears.
Yeah, definitely. So this is been all Wales for the last 4 or 5 minutes now, as they try to double that advantage before the interval. Paradise doing a decent job. This is Wales. Individual work from Brathwaite. Then Applewhite. Paradise regain possession, only to give it back. Hill picking out Herwood, who pings it off Paradise player and into touch, and that'll be a corner kick. So some defensive work for Paradise to complete here. Keep the deficit at just 1. This is the goal scorer on screen. Akil Applewhite. He'll look to put this one into the mixer once again. Towards near post. Punch by Malcolm. Back to Applewhite. They're working the ball around the pitch sweetly now. Ball into the box, and the header is on target, but the fly goes up. Armando Shagalashi had a chance there. Just timed his run. And effectively there.
Yeah.
Slightly ahead of time. But it was tantalizing. And the referee just having a check. Of course, with the Trident review system, making sure that everything is A-OK. This is a look at the action.
Yeah. And it's not only Lashley, Hill, Downey, a bunch of them were offside. Then we look back at the review. So good call by the assistant referee. Score remains Wales 1, Paradise 0. Primus comes and collects. Hoyt stays down. Yeah, hasn't been his night so far, Sharon Hoyt. He's the type of player, though, who only needs one chance. This is Herwood. Back to Hill. Has just slowed down the tempo of the game now, Wales. It's Chandler. It's Herwood for company. dispossessed. This is Appleway. Heavily marked by Mears. Holligan goes all the way back to Primus. Wales can build from their defense again. Small. Downey is dispossessed by Demidonka. Downey, a former Paradise player as well. And so too is Akil Appleway. So the former Paradise man scored against his former club here tonight. And what a storyline it's proven to be so far.
It happens like that sometimes, Amar. We do know that players move around in the off season. And this Paradise team is pretty well built as well. At the core, Sharon Hood, of course. They've got the experience of Jomo Harris. Now this is that man, Hoyt, who will be eager to have his chance at Kishmar Primus. See what he can do under pressure. And this is Primus now who will take the goal kick. And the players will drift towards the halfway mark as Primus with goal kick launched deep into the Paradise half. Harewood. Back to Brathwaite. Then into Holligan. This is a lovely ball. This is Appleway looking for the pass. Was he going for goal? Yep, he was lining up to go for it, but good defensive work there from Raquan Clark.
Yeah, Damien, and as you can see, once Weymouth gets into position and possession, there are 2-3 players in the box. Lashley, Downey, and it's a very good tackle from Clark. And he had to get it right. But what it does mean is that Wales will have a corner swung in. And Malcolm slips. And Jashko can get the ball clear. And Paradise can counter here. It's Jashko with an excellent run. And it's just the pass in the final third that's really let him down here. Jashko, as there's a player down for Weymouth Wheels. And this is the reason why. Yeah, Malcolm there slipping his ball through his hands, and looks like Hakeem Hill from my vantage point. Sharon Hoyt is also down for Paradise, so both players treatment. But yeah, there's Chantal Braffett, the medical official for Weymouth Wales, doing her duties as Hill is now back on his feet. That's a good sign to see. As Butcho has a drink of water, getting in his hydration, of course, compliments the hydration sponsor for the Prime Minister's Cup, Dasani. Primus to get us going here. 39 minutes. Primus spreads it forward. Malcolm. It looked a bit awkward, but in the end, got it away. This is Lashley looking to judge the time of the bounce. Chandler can't quite get it clear. Hakeem Chandler also represented Barbados back in 2023 under former head coach Orlando da Costa. The ball goes out into touch for goal kick. A lot of stat players on both benches for Paradise and Weymouth Wales. So lots of options for the two managers to consider in the second half as we approach the final stages of the first. This is Harris. Wales has enjoyed the majority of the possession, about 60 to 40 in terms of the percentage, and have benefited all importantly with the 1 goal advantage. Complements this man. Applewhite. That's a goal kick.
Yeah, this has been Wales trying their utmost to add to their advantage. As you would remember, Wales have scored plenty of goals in this competition. You remember the 7-0 victory over Four Pillars. This is Wales now to get the ball forward. Only as far as Clark, who controls it, looks to distribute. Diasco. Last touch off Hill, looks like. Yeah, that man has had his fair share of chances. This is Demon Dunker. Nice bit of footwork. Looking for the cross. Over the top, not bad at all. Comes to the edge of the area. Paradise trying to bring it under control. Good passage of play. Heading down the byline, but Andre Applewhite is marshalling the opposition. And then the ball is given right back to Wales, who can break free here with the right pass, but again, well read by the Paradise defense. That time Mears was in the mix.
Sloppy from Paradise there, Damien. Under no pressure at all. Butchell. And instead just gives away the possession back to Wales as Applewhite then finds Malcolm. But yeah, 42 minutes gone here in this, the second encounter in terms of the semi-finals for the Prime Minister's Cup for 2025. Lots of fans gathered to witness the action.
It's interesting, Amar, as well, is that these two teams, we talk about scoring, has done it tremendously well in this competition. We mentioned to you before the 7-0 with Four Pillars in terms of Paradise, and we also had 7-0 win for Wales as well against Eleanor. And this tournament has come to a juncture where four of the best teams have been competing. This is a chance now for Paradise to put this one into the box. Demon Dunker is in advanced position. The cross not coming over, and the flag will go up there for the foul. On that occasion, it's Harris. They have a free kick. Elijah Downey down on the turf as well. Referee Thorne having a look. Going to summon the medic for some assistance. But so you get to the latter half of this first 45. Oh, that was a tough challenge there.
think it was Mears coming in from behind.
You always see Herwood very animated. Wants to make sure they get a chance. The $100,000 top prize for this one. Want to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. And the skipper as well having a word in there. This is a mini conference.
Yeah, I wonder what that conversation's about. Holligan and Neblett, as the yellow card comes out for Jomo Harris.
Yeah.
He goes into the referee's butt, and Thorne just giving him another warning.
So
Yeah,
Harris,
they're making his case, David.
yeah, he's going on and on. He's just explaining a couple of the plays that would happen earlier that would cause some consternation. And referee Thorne has had enough. So it looks like Downey's back on his feet as we take over to 46 on the clock. So just waiting for the referee to come over, and looks as if he's gonna have a word. The rest of the officiating crew.
Yeah, Seth Thorne having a word with his fourth official, Adrian Goddard. The Paradise players on the field. And wait and see what the referee's decision will be here. Thorne. So you're not missing any of the action. In case you're now joining us, just having a look at this challenge there from Harris on Holligan. Referee Thorne still receiving some communications from his officiating colleagues.
I assume there's a check as well, Ammar, for the challenge.
Yeah, and that is the reason for the delay in the start, restart that is. Trident review system being used here in the Prime Minister's Cup. Very efficient. What it allows is the officiating teams to have another look. And so yellow card to Amal Mears, goes into the referee's book. There he is on your screen.
Still a vigorous discussion going on between the Wales players and referee Thorne here. Going on here for an extended period. 45 plus 2. And no referee Thorne blows whistle to have this one restarted. Interesting to see Kishmar Primus's way up the pitch.
Yeah, don't imagine, Damien, that this time will be added back on for sure in terms of stoppages, and they're back to go here, but Bit of movement from the Weymouth Wales bench as Paradise come forward with Butcho. Dispossessed by Appleway. And that's the end of the first half here at Friendship. It's been entertaining. The opening 45. A big chance missed by Mikolai Diasco. Perhaps one that he is regretting at the moment. At the opposite end, this man, Akil Appleway, wearing number 7 for Weymouth Wales, has given the Carrington Village team the lead. And his goal is what separates the two sides at the break. It's Weymouth Wales 1, Paradise 0. Coming up next, the Power 8 Dasani halftime analysis show. Stay tuned.
Who just come on, polish your friend, and party straight to the end. Take charge, baby, you in charge. Boy, inhale and go down in the squad. Exhale when you bring it back up. Take your time, tick tick like a clock. You in charge of the walking up. So set up yourself and get ready to bang. Y'all put your 2 hands up on your head. Balance the thing when you lift what you like. I like y'all who just push back on the face. Enjoy the money she spend. Take charge, baby, you in charge. Big up, big up, big up.
Shake and get in the spirit. Tell the pastor give you a minute. Don't mind it at all. And the back half look like a wall. Got some girl that fat and back there still look flat. Let them see you all. You know your body ain't cool. Carnival on the road, pushing back hard with a shake and a pose. Here well them make up to your toes. Look real good costume exposed. Shake the bumper, push back down bumper. 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 If you like to jiggle, make sure that you waistline wiggle. You best friend in the line, tell them book bump up one hand. No, you ain't the band, shake it sweet and on by the mind. You ain't done to pretend, tell other girls you was 10 out of 10. Cause you set the trend, man with me home with a foul in the bang. You can do it again, shake, shake, shake.
Going with Andre Appleway, Hayden Holligan, Jaheim Nevlin.
Trinity Appleway climbing forward. Appleway, a chance, and it's a brilliant save by Appleway pass. This is brilliant for Wales. Here comes Appleway. Delays the pass. The shot comes in.
Great tackle. Last 6. Corner side.
Welcome back to Friendship here in St.Michael for the second semi-final of the Prime Minister's Cup. This is the Powerade Dasani halftime analysis show. Yours truly, Anmore Goodrich Boyce, and I have a full team here with me now. Marissa Lindsay is back, Trevor Thorne and Damien Best. Weymouth Wales with the 1-0 advantage over Paradise at halftime. It's a goal compliments Akil Apawit, and what a wonderful goal it was. Damien, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, the first half really was very intriguing. For the first 10 minutes, I would say, Paradise really started to apply some pressure. We saw a few cracks in the Wales defense, which I'm sure that Paradise, on hindsight, would say do more of that in the second half, for sure, press a little bit higher. But then you ask Wales to have a chance at the opposite end, just a little mistake, one lapse in concentration, and you give Akil Apawit something on the platter and a tremendous strike in the end. But nonetheless, it's been a good game so far. I do think Paradise still have more to give. A few tactical changes for Mario Hard, and you never know what could happen.
Yeah, but just before Apawit opened the scoring for Weymouth Wales, we saw a miss by, Paradise player Miklaj Giasko. Trev, you were a striker back in your days. What do you thought of that chance?
Well, all that was necessary for Giasko to do was to take that deep breath, which I normally tell strikers to take. He didn't seem to do that, and he snatched at the ball, and obviously he missed his chance. I've seen him here last year. I believe he was playing for Deacons at the time. Same goal bar, same position, and he scores 2. So he knows what it's like. He knows the territory and everything else. I suspect he had a little bit of the nerves because the game before this one, he would have been substituted early for perhaps a couple of misses like that as well. And tonight he's reliving it, basically. He needs to put that in the back of his mind if he's going to get his team back into it. Because it's more likely than not, Wales can give up a goal. And if you checked it through the season, the Premier League season, as well as this particular Prime Minister Cup, they're prone to give up something at the back. The reason for that is because Romario's small and the other centre-back aren't accustomed to playing together. Remember their centre-back has been sold to a Trinidad team in the Trinidad Professional League, Mario Williams. They're now finding their rhythm, and therefore there are kinks in their armour. The thing is, whoever the opposition is needs to take the chance whenever they get it. Otherwise, Wales are going to run away with this match and perhaps even the title.
Marissa, how did you see the first 45?
I was very impressed with Paradise attacking presence in the opening first 10 to 15 minutes. They came out very sharp. And obviously, coming into a matchup against a side like Weymouth Wales, they knew the task that lies ahead. And that is where you see the likes of Sharon Hoyt and Diasco and company running and pressing the Weymouth Wales defensive third. But surely, Wales is a team that you cannot allow them to just, take control, because they will punish you. And any room for error is a no-no against a Wales side. And we saw what happened in the first half.
Yeah, most definitely, and I do agree with you. I'll ask the commentary team just to stick a pin in it. We'll take a short break and come back with more on the halftime analysis show, powered by Powerade and Dasani.
When they drop these Versace's on my face, I start to see the party different. I start to see things different. I put my darkers on. What they taking on? What they taking on? I put my darkers on. What they taking on? When they touch up, wait. I put my darkers on. What they taking on? Get some money, take my goal, I put the bomb. Got my chain swinging, shades blinging. That bumper broad, and they know that bumper when they taking road. They taking on, they taking road. They taking on. Got my chain swinging, shades blinging. That bumper broad, and they know that bumper winning. Put my dark curse on. I know they're looking for me, but it's crop over time, so they can't get no money.
Welcome back to the Powerade Dasani halftime show. We're just a couple of minutes away from the second half in this the nightcap fixture, Weymouth Wales versus Paradise. Some of the players are already onto the field, so ask the guys quickly to give their predictions. Trev, I'll start with you.
Well, I don't expect Wales to want to give this up at this stage. They are 1-0 up already. I see 2 substitutes. I'm probably not going to name them. Between them, plenty of goals for their local teams and also goals for Barbados as well. So Paradise is going to need to toughen up the defense a little bit more. Any chance they get, they're going to need to break straight away.
Marissa?
Well, I was correct in the first match.
You were.
Saying 2-1 to Kickstart. On this occasion, given the pedigree of Weymouth Wales, all I can say, the men from Carrington Village at this stage.
Damien, do you see something different than Trev and Marissa? I'll give you the last words.
Well, I would say that Paradise will have to play out of their skins in the second half, really, because the Wales are going to apply the pressure even more because the pedigree, the artillery they have on the bench. We got to see spaces open up. Maybe if Paradise try a little harder. Don't know it. I don't want to call it in front of the thousands here, but I'll say that Wales, they have the advantage.
Yeah, can you believe it, Barbados? Damien Best, a bit shy to call it. Anyways, this has been the Powerade halftime analysis show. Coming up next, it's second half action. Weymouth Wales and Paradise. Welcome back to Friendship. Beautiful Barbados. You're witnessing live coverage of the semi-finals of the Prime Minister's Cup. Substitutions that they have for Weymouth Wales. Kimor Headley comes in. And so too is Rashad Jules, the former Barbados national captain. He enters the fray as well. It's the end of the night for Elijah Downey and Armando Lashley. So those are the substitutions for Weymouth Wales, who are 45 minutes away from a shot at Kensington Oval.
So we're underway for this one. It's Wales who have the possession. Early ball in there for Applewhite. Again, the defense is very active. Raquan Clark has been very busy for Paradise. That man on your screen, Applewhite, always very dangerous. Ball takes an awkward bounce here and through to custodian Jareer Malcolm. Of course, this is the first time in a long while we've seen Rashad Jules on the pitch for Wales. This ball is over the top. Malcolm is there. Plays the early ball. This is Yasko playing well down the line, looking for support from Brown. And Paradise keep the possession. Eager to get the restart, but we'll slow things down. 47 minutes on the clock. We had a great game so far, at least to start the evening off, going all the way down into extra time. This one still has some more goals in it. Don't think it will stay at 1-0. This is a opportunity for Paradise to keep Wales in their own half, but last touch off a Paradise player, that man on your screen, the goal scorer, the one who separates the teams here.
Has scored some big goals for Weymouth Wales in the past. Most recently, the equalizer in the CONCACAF Caribbean Cup versus Defence Force at the Hainsey Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago, and has been a road to recovery for Applewood as well, who suffered a very serious injury. So a bit of a story there on his return to football, and what a return it has been. This is Butchell, still for Paradise. Only as far as Chandler, who floats it in, away by Small. Drops to Harris, takes a deflection, and it goes behind for a Paradise corner here early into the second half of this match. So much at stake. The final semi-final of the Prime Minister's Cup. And this was the half chance there for Harris, and it takes a deflection off Headley. Chandler on corner duties for Paradise. Chandler to swing it in at the back post. The heads go up, and it's another corner. I believe last touch off Nikolai Braffett, and Sharan Hoyt there is helped back to his feet by teammate Demondonka. Yeah, a bit nippy that time of the year here in Barbados, late November. All the jackets and hoodies are out. Yeah, that's a good shot of them there, the fans dressed for the weather. As Manning just making sure the ball is on what he would deem as a perfect spot for the corner to be swung. It does favor a left footer, so no surprise that Manning is the man tasked with the duties. Yeah, assistant referee Kevin Clark in your screen. FIFA referee as well. Manning to swing it in, a flat one, flexing, and that's a save. Good block there, and it goes back out for another corner. But that looked like it was threatening Primus's goal there. Let's look at it one more time. Yeah, just a cheeky flip there from Jashko onto Holligan, who it looked like got the all-important block to keep the score at 1-0 for Wales. But a bit of pressure applied by Paradise early in the second half, right in front of these eager fans here who've got a really good vantage point. And just a bit of a delay here as Murphy Thorne and Butchell is having a word. Corner now to be taken by Manning. Corner swung at the back post, headed away, and the shot comes in, and it's into the side netting from Zachary Brown. And that really is the emotion of a man who thought he had equalised. There, Manning with the cross. Here, what I believe it was onto his own crossbar, and then the shot from Brown into the side netting.
Yeah, we spoke about this one, Almar, where Paradise can come out with all the energy they started with in the first half. And this was a good passage of play. Let's see if they can continue to press for the equalizer. They have a goal kick by Kishmar Primus. And Comes all the way to the fresh legs. And that man, Rashad Jules. This is Paradise now. Good ball, threaded through. Shove in the back there, and down goes that man, Sharon Hoyt. Always a dangerous character. And the little shove in the back creates an opportunity now for Paradise to get some bodies forward. An equalizer here would really open up the contest. The skipper and Jomo Harris surveys the field, looks on. Brathwaite walks away from the scene, takes up duties towards the near post. You can see Brown remonstrating, pointing. He's about 12 yards away. Free kick to Paradise. Harris played it in towards the near post, easily dispatched. He has a bit of recovery work to do. He's dispossessed. No, Wales can break free. Good ball played through. Flag goes up. So again, Paradise created some good chances, Anmar. They've just not been able to put the finishing touches together.
Yeah, Jules just strayed a bit offside there. Yeah, barely missed time in the run, Jules, but nevertheless, it was a very good tackle from Raquan Clark. Didn't matter though, as Jules had strayed offside. A dangerous player on his day as well, Rashad Jules. We'll be looking to come to the party tonight. For the boys representing Wales. This is Mears looking to play the ball for Hoyt. Primus comes and collects. Distributes long. Away by Chandler. Finds Joshko. Here's Harris. Can't find Brown. It's good defensive work by Smalling. Yearwood is unable to keep it alive. Here's Yearwood. Applewhite. Play on, says the referee. Neblett with the pass, and good defending by Chandler. Away by Small. Bit of a ping pong here. That's an excellent take there by Jules. On his stride, he has Manning for company. Cuts inside, still with Jules. And some good defending. And the tackles are flying in. Player stays down for Wales. And Primus can distribute. There's Applewhite. There's still a player down for Wales. Playing with 10 at the moment. And now they'll put the ball out into touch. Holligan, it looks like. Their captain. Just look at the amount of mud on his boots. There speaks to the conditions of the surface. Still rather wet. Did have a bit of a shower a bit earlier.
That's an understatement, Amar. It wasn't a shower, it was a downpour.
Did you bring your umbrella to football tonight, Damien?
Unfortunately, I forgot it at home and took a few showers of blessing towards my dome, which is carrying no hair at the moment. So you know how that went.
Yeah, Holligan receiving some treatment. Brathwaite has been the busier of the two medics. There's Chloe Thomas as well, the team doctor for Weymouth Wales. Always a good sign, though, to see the players on their feet. Holligan is able, at least, to walk off, so good sign all around. He's another player who's been around Barbados football for so long, Holligan. Yeah.
Not a challenge there, Amar.
Not a pretty challenge at all. There, Butchell. Nevertheless, Weymouth Wales get us going. There's a slip from Applewhite. This could be costly. Butchell to spread it in. Cuts back, and good defending from Applewhite, because Paradise were threatening there. Neblett, I believe it was. And here is the first change of the night for Paradise. So Nikolai Jashko, his night is over. Yeah, gets a bit of a handshake from his head coach. And in comes Raymar Walters on 59 minutes. The first change for Paradise. Head of the way, this is Walters, slip. The shot comes in from Mears and it goes all the way back. Way over the crossbar from Mears.
You expect to see Walters here. Once he gets acclimatized to the conditions, to give a bit more service to Hoyt. And also have his opportunities as well. So good positive moves from Paradise. Wales holding on to this one advantage. Would like a bit more of a cushion. This is Primus. This is one forward. Brought down by Applewhite. Regained by Paradise. Walters couldn't put a foot to it. So 60 minutes on the clock. Coach Mario Hart making some changes. This is Damon Dunker headed towards the goal area. Last touch there off for Paradise player. Wales with a throw-in.
And just approaching the hour mark. This matchup. Already seen substitutions on both sides of the fence. Both teams have made attacking substitutions as well. Primus just happy to collect. Looks for a pass. Here's Wheels down the right flank. Ball across. This is Herwood. Back to Applewhite. So with Herwood, and he draws the foul. Does mean that Wales will have a free kick. And yeah, conversation going on in terms of the Paradise team. We'll now have to form a wall. This is the reason why, yet again, Mears just making his case there with his hands in the air. Has to be careful, Amal Mears. Already into the referee's book. Malcolm setting his wall. Has called for a four-man wall, Jairo Malcolm. Two players for Wales standing over it. Herwood and Applewhite. Both of these players can hit them. Four-man wall for Wales. Who will it be? Up away! And that's a marvellous save. And it's back. And it's in! Keymore Headley has doubled the advantage for Wales. And it looks like the boys from Carrington Village can almost reach out and touch Kensington Oval. The substitute, Keymore Headley, has doubled the advantage for the Weymouth Wales boy. What a free kick it was from Applewhite. And persistence brings promise. Touched in by Headley. And friendship erupts. Paradise 0, Weymouth Wales 2.
Yeah, what an effort there. Extra effort required because the save from Malcolm was pretty good initially, but you always have to be on your P's and Q's with the rebound. And for a split second there, Paradise fell asleep. And there was Keymore Headley on the doorstep. Did not make a mistake. And that's the difference between the two sides, being clinical in front of goal and finishing your chances. Now, the mission becomes even more tougher for this Paradise side.
Yeah, still have a couple of options on the bench though, the likes of Roger Collins, I believe, and Christian Gill, perhaps. Manny Cox as well, so still a couple of options that Park can look at, but Weymouth Wales 2 to the good. Bit of a delay in the restart.
Always a check, Anmar, after each goal, just to make sure everything is A-OK. At this stage, the review system will be heavily utilized. Making sure the lead up to the play things are settled. So, confirmation there. Wales ahead 2-0. All to play for now for Paradise. This is Wales hunting for more. They feel a little bit more relieved. A little spring in their step now. And we might see more fireworks.
Yeah, Wales now with a cushion, Damien. Paradise will have to do it here. They have a chance here, and that's a clattering tackle, no nonsense challenge there by Akeem Hill. And the ball is back. Weymouth Wales 2, Paradise 0 in case you're now joining us. Wherever you are in the world, this is trouble. Here is Jules in on his bike. Rashad Jules with a strike! And that is absolutely perfect! And surely now, Weymouth Wales are heading to the region's Mecca. That was absolutely perfect! Magnificent from Rashad Jules, unstoppable, and the former Barbados captain might have just booked a spot for Weymouth Wales in the finals of the Prime Minister's Cup. Of course, unless Paradise can produce a magic trick at friendship.
Well, when you say the word clinical, when you look it up in a dictionary, you'll see Rashad Jules next to it. That is as clinical as they come. I never doubted for a moment there once he lined up that left foot, it was going to be a rocket. Thank heavens for the nets, because the people behind there would have had to run for their lives had it not been there. He hit that with some ferocity. That is a finisher, folks. 3-0, 3 hot ones. And this is now all to play for. Paradise slipping further and further in trouble.
Yeah, substitutions being readied. A shake of the head there from Sharon Hoyt, and that really sums up what we've seen from Paradise. And the smiles on the faces now of the Weymouth Wales players. Coach Howell and the coaching staff, perhaps. Booking the tickets to the Oval. Chandler. And the heads have dropped now for Paradise. But we have seen some enthralling contests, Damien. I've seen some fantastic comebacks, and it would be something remarkable. But this man, Rashad Jules, has given Wales a third goal. That's marvelous from Medley. Dispossessed by Demon Dunker, and challenge there by Butcher on Holligan.
Who did some extra rolling as well and looked up at referee Seth Thorne. Nothing coming there. But it will be a double substitution for Paradise here on 69 minutes. Brown is withdrawn. So too is Amal Mears, who's on a caution as well. So end of the night for him. Tito Beckles into the game. And Kamani Cox.
Yeah, the finals of the Prime Minister's Cup, December 1st, next Monday. Most talked about things, Damien, today have been tickets.
Yep, you gotta have a ticket to get into the Oval. From all accounts, it's going to be a very keen contest come December 1st. And everybody wants a front row seat. 71 minutes on the clock. Wales still hunting for more. Looking for the long throw in here. Only gets as far as Akil Apowit. Call for the foul, and it is given. Wales eager to get going.
Yeah, Kimani Cox there on your screen, recently introduced. Booted forward. Paradise with a mountain to climb here. They stay with the possession. That's Beckles, it looks like.
They have a goal kick. Primus. And one could only imagine if Paradise has scored that early goal, how things would have changed perhaps in terms of the focus and the application to the task at hand. But again, it's who's the most clinical at the end of the night. And Wales have done their job. This ball is punched forward. Applewhite. Go down the right hand side. Whistle goes, and it's a foul. Clark there, always being pressured. Now we'll have another free kick.
Wales about to make a substitution. Here it is now. The substitution for Weymouth Wales. Out comes Jaheim Neblet, the central defensive midfielder. And in comes number 27, Ronaldo Trim. So a bit of a like for like substitution, one defensive midfielder for another. Coach Howell perhaps with one eye on the final as Neblet gets fist bumps from his teammates on the bench. Can he keep it alive? Yes, he can. Here's Hoyt. This ball stays with Harris, who spreads it now away by Holligan. Here's Applewhite, allows the ball to just run across his body. Dispossess there, Keemore Headley. And Paradise will keep the ball. They have space here. There's Sharan Hoyt. The shot comes in, and that's a good header off the line by Small, I believe. Hoyt. Twisting away. This is Applewhite now with his shirt tucked into his pants. Bit of a different style from him. As the player down for Paradise. Just about a quarter of an hour remaining. This match as Ramon Manning seems to be in pain here.
That was a good shot there from Hoyt initially. Always going to be a tough angle, but you'll give him his credit. He has scored some wonderful goals in this competition, and despite the angle being very acute. Yeah, I probably must in a bit of trouble there and cleared away nicely off the line. So Wales can now afford to ring in the changes. Almar, very comfortable at this stage. Coach Howell still issuing some instructions. Wants to maintain that clean sheet. Maybe add a few more goals before they focus in on December 1st. It'll be a throw-in. This is Paradise now. We want to at least get one in the back of the onion bag before full time, and this is possession given away. Raymar Walters recovers well. He's challenged. A good tackle there coming in from Herwood. Applewhite now finds Herwood. Headley towards the back post, but Paradise. Dangerous back pass there to Malcolm. Damon Dunker. Chips it over the top. Looking to see what Hoyt can do. Produce a bit of magic, but a slip on the turf there ends that effort. not as fluent as they want to be. It's Paradise side. This is Jules challenging for the ball. Wins the header. No, it's Headley with a chance. Has two defenders. Doesn't capitalize and then casually played away. Picks out Walters. Referee playing advantage and Paradise more remonstrating now with the non-whistle instead of focusing on the possession. Now Wales can whip this one into touch as a Paradise player stays down. The captain in Harris. Obviously he will have wanted to have a bit more to say in this game. We look again at the replay, the challenge from Jules. Very strong in the air. And Harris coming out second best. This is Paradise. Still looking for their first goal. Defensively, not much to worry about for Wales. Nice little link-up play. Jules now drifts towards the right side. Trim. Paradise. Trailing here deep into the second half. And there'll be a throw in on the right. Nice deep throw. Booted away. Still with Wales. Feels as if there's another goal in this one, Anmar, as now Raymar Walters now gets past Holligan. He has a chance to deliver the pass, doesn't, hesitates, waits for support. Support late in coming, the shot comes in along the carpet and Primus saw it all the way. But a nice individual hustle play there from Walters. Now Wales can counter. Doesn't have the support. Holds up the play. Stumbles and falls over. And Clark for Paradise. They make something happen. Walters goes down the flank. Harris comes back into the mix. Race side Damon dunk over the top and collected by Primus. So you can see the pace in this one. Ammar has just turned down a notch. Slightly.
Yeah, tempo slowed a bit, as you rightfully mentioned, Damien. Just about 10 minutes based on our clocks here in the commentary box remaining in this match. Of course, plus time added on as the throw-in is taken by Applewhite.
Want to say thanks so much. Want to say thanks so much as well, Ammar, to our sponsors before we get closer towards the end. Of course, Flo, Body Bliss Zone, who's been on board from the start as well. Rude Boy, the Sani Powerade, the official hydration partners, National Cultural Foundation, National Sports Council as well, and so much more. This is Malcolm, who ventured off his line and plays a long ball, which is collected here by Harris, and he's challenged. Yeah, so once again, thanks to all the sponsors for continuing to support the Prime Minister's Cup. This is Wales. We'll head down the right-hand side, ball over the top, looking for Jules. Herwood is offering some assistance. The flag up for offside, though.
Yeah, Harris gets the ball running again for Paradise. Braffett, Headley back to Applewhite. Having a bit of their own game here, Wales. On 83 minutes. Herwood to Small. Drives forward from centre back for Mario Small. Unable to pick a pass though. And the ball goes out into touch, and Wales surrendering the possession. See two substitutions about to be ready for Wales, as Jules skips away from Chandler. Still with Jules on his bike. Jules still with Rashad Jules. Squares it back, and Malcolm there to make the save. Here's Walters. Clark spreads it forward to no man's land. And Primus back to Small. This is Herwood. Trim lays it off. Here's Applewhite. Back to Applewhite. Andre to Akil. Here's Jules, and Manning can clear it. Only as far as Brathwaite. Ox for the overlap. This is Holligan. The captain spreads it across, and it trickles in. And that is the icing on a green and white kit heading to Kensington Oval. That is the fourth. Not much emotion shown by the Weymouth Wales players, but nevertheless, there will be a happy bunch. And the substitutions now will come in. But it all started here. Braffett dispossessing his man, spreads it to Holligan, who passes it across. And it looks like it could be an own goal of Akeem Chandler. And it really sums up what has been a very miserable night for Paradise. Wales 4, Paradise 0.
Definitely.
And we can almost say the finals are set.
Yeah, definitely, Ammar. Looks all too easy now for Wales and Paradise. Already consigned to defeat at the moment. Difficult for them to imagine coming to the semi-finals and conceding 4 goals. But it's been all quality from Wales. From start to finish, they've had the opportunities and they have really hit their straps. In Paradise, really, for 90 minutes would have to be full concentration mode and not put a foot wrong. It's difficult to ask, and this is a chance now for them to have a consolation. The shot coming in, whiskers away from the far post. And that time, the substitute goalkeeper, Shaquan Phillips, will only watch the ball go by as Coach Howell resting Primus with an eye towards the final. Keeping all the players as fresh as possible. As you see, 2 players down. One from Paradise, one from Wales. But this has been a wonderful semi-final night of action. We've had our share of goals. Usually when we get to this stage, everybody tenses up. And the goals, somehow few and far between in some instances. But we've seen some good football across the 2 semi-final matchups. The first game going into the extra period. This one is just outright domination. It's Paradise preparing another substitute. On 88 minutes. We'll wait for the officials to make that change. So it's the captain, Jomo Harris, will have to make way. Not just yet. So Phillips gets this one well over the halfway mark. Paradise will have to bring it down to earth. As you see the fans file out of the venue now, already cemented in their mind. Kickstart Rush versus Weymouth Wales in the final at Kensington Oval. And the ball comes off of referee Thorne. This holds up the play. Paradise was trying to advance the ball. Now they'll make a change. It looks like they're gonna remove Sharon Hoyt. Looks like who picked up a knock and was down on the far side. So they've had to make that change quickly. So Hoyt, who will make his way around the field on the far side. This is Paradise momentarily.
Jules. Still with Rashad Jules. Skips away from Clark. Still Rashad Jules into the penalty area. And it's going to be a corner for Weymouth Wales, even at 4-0. They're not satisfied. This Weymouth Wales team, they want more. And speaking of numbers, 3 minutes. Time shown by fourth official Adrian Goddard. In terms of added time here in this semi-final. As you rightfully mentioned, Damien, the fans already making their exit. A long way back for the fans who've traveled from Dover to support the Paradise team. The Weymouth Wales fans recording will be happy with what they've seen from their team tonight. Herwood with the corner swung in, and they'll have a second chance at that one as it goes behind for another corner. Yeah, Akil Apwe in no hurry at all, taking his time. To head over to take the corner. Apwe. Some of the fans try to beat the traffic. Heading back on the highway. Applewhite to swing this one in. Only as far as Harris. And Paradise can break here. Says Ramel Bino. And the pass not quite coming off. This Applewhite stays the possession. The tackle flying in by Manning. Just about a minute and change remaining here at Friendship. Quite amazing to see how quickly the venue has emptied, given the fact that we've had thousands here to witness this match. But who would have predicted this? A 4-0 scoreline. Really has been a bit one-sided in terms of a semi-final. Jules to stand over the free kick. Wills looking for a fifth. And Malcolm will come and collect and distributes. Less than 60 seconds remaining. And that is the final whistle here at Friendship. The reigning BFA Premier League champions and knockout champions, Weymouth Wales, have bought their ticket to Kensington Oval. They're into the final of the Prime Minister's Cup for 2025. Confirmation now, it will be Kickstart Rush to take on Weymouth Wales for a chance to win $100,000 a week from now at Kensington Oval. And what a thrilling contest it has been here tonight. But it has ended in Friendship in beautiful Barbados. Weymouth Wales 4, Paradise 0.
Yeah, definitely, Amar. It's been wonderful semi-final action and a bit of deliberation as we work out the player of the match. But definitely a lot to feast your eyes on in this one. But to get the ball rolling, that strike from Akil Applewhite was certainly important in setting the tone.
Yeah, most definitely. Damien Rashad Jules has scored as well, so too has Seymour Headley. And what it really has been is a team performance from Weymouth Wales. Keeper Primus has been brilliant as well. But the first goal, Akil Applewhite, a marvellous strike. Headley with the second to provide a bit of a cushion for Weymouth Wales. Rashad Jules with a marvellous strike to take it away from Wales. But the player of the match award goes to that man who scored the first Akil Applewhite.
One of Andre Applewhite, Hayden Holligan, Jaheim Neville.
Here touches the goal, Trinity Applewhite climbing forward. Applewhite, a chance, and it's a brilliant save by Applewhite pass. This is brave for Wales. Here comes Applewhite. Delays the pass, the shot comes in. Team as we have the goal of the match as well. Going to Akil Apoe.
Great tackle. Corner fly. Can't step it up, keep it alive. Partially does the open up. The HFC. Keep it alive. Partially does the open up. The HFC. The HFC. What it does mean is that Bills will have a corner slowly. Malcolm. Yeah, I wonder what that conversation was. Yeah. All of it now. That's it. Yellow card. Sorry. Yellow card to the World Cup. Very efficient. Rose is the good job to protect by Appleby. From a shot at Kensington and Oval. Staying away by Small. Drops to Harris. Takes a deflection. And it goes behind for Manny. Corner slowly. At the back post. Headed away. And the shot comes in. And it's into the side netting from Zachary Brown. And that really is the ball threaded through. Shot at the back there. And down goes that man. Sherrod Hoyt. Oh, is it? He's just Garrett. Appleby! And that's a marvelous save. And it's Appleby! And that's a marvelous save. And it's Appleby! And that's a marvelous save. And it's and it's over the Atlantic for Wales. And it looks in trouble. Here is Jules in this wide for John Jules. Jules in this wide for John Jules. This is trouble. Here is Jules in this wide for John Jules. And that is absolutely perfect. And surely Weymouth Wales are heading to the Regents Makeup. That was absolutely. St. Clary going as far as Bradford. Up to the overlap. This is Holligan. The captain spreads it across. And going as far as Bradford. Up to the overlap. This is Holligan. The captain spreads it across. Manny St. Clary going as far as Bradford. Up to the overlap. This is Holligan. The captain spreads it across. And it trickles in. And that is the icing on a green and white cake. Typical that. This is a chance for them to have a constellation of shots coming in. Whiskers away from the 60 seconds remaining. And that is the final whistle here at Friendship.